Connected to channel Theo.
Yo,
Hey.
I'm gonna shower and then basically hit the road. I'm gonna pick up Caitlin and bring her to Connors, and then my car's gonna sit at Connors.
And then where are you guys going?
Pittsburgh.
Oh. I didn't realize you guys had after prom plans.
Oh.
Okay. All right, so you're going to pick up Kaylin, you're going to drop your car off, then you guys are going to carpool to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Connors take
to the zoo. Okay. Okay. Do your thing.
Bye.
Correct. Good morning, Inspector. How you doing? I changed the setting on the light and I can't get it back to how I like.
John says Neovamisbist says.
You. Yo.
You, yo.
Cold. You.
Yep. Yep. It's either like humid and 80 degrees or like 40s. Whatever. I'm good. So I was looking at
Zoogs says.
different domains.
Well, it's 50 today. It was 82 yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. It's just that time of year, and it won't be cool and like pleasant outside. Like it's either 80 degrees and already muggy, or like 50 degrees and rainy. So whatever. And it's in that in between time too, where like I can't. The backyard is still so wet and muddy that I can't even cut the grass. Dad problems.
John says Neovamisbist says.
I would love 50.
Zoogs says.
No, my softball games have gotten rained out 3 weeks in a row. It's awful.
Hack the Planet says.
Morning.
What position
John
you
says
play?
Neovamisbist says.
Good
Up to
morning,
38 atmospheres.
Tagora. ICU is not like intensive care unit. That means, didn't that mean I see you?
Zoogs says.
Pitcher and second. Diabolical at bat.
We just need to forget about everything and just have a good time here tonight. It's really that
Video or we need to confirm those claims. I bet you play right field. And
John says
ChatGPT
Neovamisbist says.
almost gave
you
me
all
an
make your
aneurysm
bed?
last night.
Zoogs says.
Am a weapon on the slow pitch softball circuit.
Hack the Planet says.
What's on the agenda today?
We're going to jump right into, let me start a timer to keep myself on track, but we're going to jump right into HacktheBox.
Deep Mid Network says.
Healthy house lifey.
Hey, the Pwn Network. Life is good. Life is good. Anyways,
Hack the Planet says.
Let's go. What are we hacking?
the box is support.
Deep Mid Network says.
Just here for some motivation.
All right, what do you need? I got you. Full screen, engage.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Theo can't hack.
Don't tell anyone. The Pwn Network. What are you working on today? What kind of motivation?
Worth having comes easy.
That's a good one. Nothing in this world worth having comes easy.
The only
Ethan
way to
Network
learn
says-
is by
Some
playing.
advice from
The only way to win is by
Need to
learning,
work
and the
for
only way to
OSCP
begin is
and
by
need to
beginning.
improve on bug bounty.
All's Journey says.
Hey, Al.
Hey bro, did all
Ow.
CTFS for the application I'd if you can remember, so we'll see if I get into the next phase of the application
Very cool.
process.
Good to hear.
Ziggs
Pwn
says-
Network.
Real CTF. I'm gonna open up a remote connection and I'm the only person working the SOCAR in. Let's see how far you get.
Okay.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Should do. Motivation.
Yeah, I thought about
And
that.
have it
I have,
rotate sayings.
I have a few. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Pwn Network. Some advice from a senior. You need to do You need to work for OSCP, and you need to improve on bug bounty. Okay, I don't know about bug bounty,
Pure says.
but
Morning.
good morning, Pure. OSCP. Yeah, do it. Do it. What do you like? Crack it open right now. Like right now.
Deep Mid Network says.
I've been reading Be Water, my friend Bruce Lee. Kinda is a great book.
Okay, I believe you. Yeah, but start right now. Set yourself up a schedule right now. Take a look at how much time you have. Excuse me, how much time you have in the week. Set it aside daily or weekly, and commit to it.
I don't feel that prepared. I can solve easy in med boxes.
All right, we'll go to the hards. You got this. Pick out a hard one. You want me to do it for you? Oh, these don't have weights. Yeah. Move on to the hard ones. Tagora, do you have a hard box
Yes, it
to
would be
recommend?
really helpful.
For me to pick one?
Hack the Planet says,
Yes, any box you haven't done,
Yeah.
smile.
There you go. Yeah, you don't need me to pick it. Pick it. Pick one.
All's Journey says,
So you are HTB greater than 3 hack?
It depends on what you. No, it depends on what you're, and what, where you are in your cybersecurity journey. If you are a beginner to intermediate, I think you would find some utility out of Try Hack Me. There's a lot of walkthrough rooms, and if you are intermediate and better, then I would
Infinite Network
start.
says,
I would
How
get
do you
in
like
HacktheBox.
OSCP/CPTS? What is the level like when compared to HTB Labs? Easy? Ed? J hard?
I don't know. I'm going to get into that next month. And that's not even a comparison. If you have the money, go for OSCP. And if you're
John says
intermediate,
Neovenismus says,
if you're beginner,
Don't forget to join Discord if you aren't already.
go to Try Hack Me and Try Hack Me and Hack. I'm sorry. Yeah, Try Hack Me or Hack the Box. As I understand it, the OSCP, like the labs and OSCP, are going to be similar to the exam, more similar to the exam. Good question. Feels like you're in a bit of analysis
Hack
paralysis.
the Planet says,
I spent about 2 years doing Tree Hack daily and eventually pivoted to doing HTB exclusively. THM walks you through HTB if you like the puzzle.
Infinite
That's no
Network
joke.
says,
You could look at
Actually,
Tagore
OSCP
Streak.
will give a big hole in my pocket, but CPTS is not that well recognized.
Okay, yeah, like, and again, that depends on where you are in the world. If you're over in the States, the job market's really hard right now. You really got to do stuff to separate yourself. I don't know if for you that is certificates, is racking up a bunch of certificates. But we have a 3-pronged approach to where you're trying to try to enter the market. So Pwn Network, I can't remember what you said, like where you are.
I am from India. The job market is even tougher here than the States. Haha, frown.
Okay, well then you need to separate yourself even more. So I don't know what that looks like over there. I don't know if that's certificates. I don't know if that's working on projects and a blog and a blog or some kind of website to show off that stuff. Or it could be the same over as it is over here. Like, in my opinion, you need to get out and meet people. You need to go to meetups and meet people.
John says Neovemismus says,
Don't chase debt for the sake of a paper. Also work on tangible projects that cement the knowledge.
Yeah. Yep. I agree with that. There was a squat.
The Infinite Network says,
I have worked on SOAP projects, like complete home lab automations and stuff, about the blog. Well, it is a really tough thing to create content, and to create good content is even tougher.
It's like, you're checking the boxes already, Pwn Network. You can't get better at creating content unless you create content. And with that, it means that like your first bits of content are not going to be good. Go back and look at my clips from the beginning of my streaming career. My streaming, like it's awful. In some parts, it's cringy. But I think we've evolved it into semi-professional here. All my notes are on GitHub for my Obsidian notebook, and those are published to that website.
John says Neovermispist says,
Off topic but still noteworthy. Let's all take a sec to give a little praise to Theo for sticking to working out.
Oh,
and getting
thank you.
good.
Yeah, I don't have a choice anymore. I have to for my health and for my well-being and for my family. I don't have a choice anymore.
Deepnid Network says,
Though what motivates you?
I have to
Zeus
provide.
says-
I have to provide for my family.
So cringe, but Theo's a better hacker now.
I'm better. Yeah, still cringe. There you go. I have to provide for my family. My son is getting older. My son's going to go to my son's going to college. My my daughter is going to be on his heels in 6 years going to college also. Like I have to provide for my family. But even if you don't have that as your motivator, like you need to provide for yourself. Pwn Network, you need to be better for yourself every day. Like it's easy to say, I got time. I'm young. I got time. Like, I think we've all done that. Okay. But like, you need to commit the time to yourself. That's your time on this planet. Like every minute that goes by, it's so lame to talk about it, but every minute that goes by, like you don't get that back. You don't get that back, and you don't know when it ends. That should scare the hell out of you. So you need to commit that time to yourself and stick to it. You need to stick to it because look, oh, well, I don't know if that's got, I just paused TTS because I want to make this point because this like literally does nothing for you. Nothing. To Reddit, TikTok, X, and I'm just as guilty. So I'm not saying that I don't. My point is that like this does nothing. Nothing. And there's exceptions out there. There's learning resources out there. There's people that are doing shorts with like quizzes, like a sec plus quizzes topic of the day or whatever. But like for the most part, this does nothing for you. Number one. Number two, you should plan out your day. You should plan out your day and you should stick to when you say you're going to study and study. Have the self-discipline to put this fucking thing down and study. And I know it's funny because you're watching me. But if you need the motivation right now, no other streamer or content creator is going to tell you this, but if you need the motivation, close me down. Make a list of what you need to accomplish. Click the little X wherever it is to close me down and go do work for an hour. It's your time. It's your life. Like,
El Rajanho says,
Regano.
Nah,
Yeah.
he'll get a big head.
Oh, okay, I thought I broke it.
John says Neovermispist says,
You just want a bathing suit worthy in the Bahamas.
Deepnid Network says,
Lol, I am your son needs and ha around a little older.
Zerzex on YouTube
That's the
says,
time.
Hello.
The best
waving
time,
emoji.
the best time to try and fail at multiple things is when you're young. Keep trying and get used to failure. Just get used to hearing no, just so it like you can just move on from it.
Zoogs says,
Base Theo Pocket Rant.
John says Neovermispus
Yeah.
says.
At 40, it's scary realizing that over half of life is done.
Yeah.
Best
We've
case,
accomplished a lot though.
All's Journey says.
I uninstalled Instant TikTok.
Okay.
A week ago.
I hear you. Like, but that's like, in my opinion, like, good. If that's what you needed to do, then good. Do that. But you should have.
Deep Network
You need to
says.
work on the.
Well, TikTok is banned in my country. That's the best part.
Okay. I mean, it could be
Says.
TikTok, Reddit,
Learn how to be bored.
Instagram, Threads,
Hack the Planet says.
X.
Neither does poopin', but I still find the time.
Zooks says.
You are not retaining anything doom scrolling, I promise. It's what you think short form content is teaching you. Passive learning is a myth.
All's Journey
Yeah.
says.
Why does this link instantly close on me? Frown the HTB affiliate link.
ZX
It
on
may be
YouTube
broken.
Says.
We have to clip this 130 emoji.
Yep. You can actually now clip anything of mine and share it directly on your socials. Listen to what this old fart said. Listen to what this old fart streaming from the corner of his basement said. What the F does he know? It doesn't work.
Deep Network says.
Well, do you stream full time? Or in corporate?
Right now, I'm about 1 to 2 days a week. I really need to pass OSCP. So if we're like cards on the table, like I'm having trouble juggling studying for OSCP, working, family stuff, house obligations, and additional work stuff. But I don't want to completely not stream. I like this interaction with the community. I like being able to help people out. I like being able to motivate people. Pwn Network, which is why I hope this is helping you. So
John
that's
says
why I got the
Neovermispus
timer going.
Says.
Yeah, he still need to cut down the tree.
Yep, the tree still needs to come down. I had a nightmare about the roof last night. The tree fell on the roof last night. I hardly like. It's amazing I can sleep. But again, like, I'm not boo-hooing about it, like, to boo-hoo about it. Like, as soon as it stops effing raining one weekend, the tree's coming down. We're renting a lift and we're going to cut the effing thing down. We're saving money for the roof. My student loans are going to start up again. Like, money's being set aside for that. So, like, my point is, like, you need to identify what the problem is, and you need to work towards a solution of it.
Greed Lantern says.
Hi everybody, how we doing?
Deep Network says.
Hi, Green
Where are
Lantern.
you studying for OSCP except TJ Null's list and HTB?
My company has bought OffSec materials for me to study from, but you don't need that. You don't need that anymore, I believe. Like, all the information that a lot of the information that I'm encountering, I'm familiar with, or I'm somewhat familiar with. So there's plenty of, like, people out there that create content that will help you pass OSCP. If you need a list, you have TJ Null's list, or what's the other one? Lane Kusanagi is the other list. But I don't even think it matters. I think OSCP has a objectives list, like most certification. Greed Lantern, how you doing today? OSCP, what's it called? Objectives list.
John says Neovomispist says,
Did some of them require courses at one point? This Che used to.
Spiegelfter says,
Hello people.
Spiegel Fletcher, how you doing today? Welcome back. Point allocation, exam requirements.
Deepnid Network says,
The problem that I face is, I'm more of a try-harder person, so I am unable to read through HTB Academy.
Me too.
But it is always fun solve HTB boxes.
Correct.
Wait, OSCP has objectives list.
Yeah, I gotta find it.
Also, any suggestion for good report writing for an exam like OSCP? I such with that too.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are you able to use like what's the one? Pondoc or Ghostwriter? There's frameworks out there for putting together reports. Number one. Yeah, I know. I'm more hands-on also. So do more hands-on and write up notes on what you're doing.
Greed Lantern says,
Pretty good, I'm about to finish my Google cert on cybersecurity this month. I feel like I'm beginning a new Sean in RKRN.
Good. Good for you. What are you going to do next, Greed Lantern? Are you? Are you taking notes? Like, if that's the problem, if like you don't learn by reading, then learn by doing and take notes and then publish those notes.
Spiegelfter says,
I'm good. I just cannot decide between OSCP and CPTS. Financially, the CPTS is more doable.
It depends on what you are. It depends on where you are in your career, Spiegel. Are you younger? Are you older? Are you first trying to enter the cybersecurity market? Are you is your employer paying for OSCP? There's a lot to that question.
Mostly trying to acclimate myself to Kali, Python, SQL before doing some IBM, Cisco, and other trainings on Coursera.
Deepnid Network says,
Yeah, I do take notes, but I generally write only something that is new to me, or I like make cheat sheets topic-wise.
All's Journey says,
What if you're younger, and you never had a job in cybersec before?
My advice always boils down to these three things, and I'm not a hiring manager. I'm just telling you what I've seen in the market. So you should also get other people's opinion on this. Number one, you need some kind of education. Now, you can say that you're self-taught, but you have to prove that. If you've gone to a university or college or attended boot camps or certificates, that's what I mean by education, number one. Number two, you need to work on projects. If that is walkthroughs on HacktheBox from notes, if that is scripts that you put together, little programs, little applications you put together, that's fine. Put them on a website, put them on a blog, put them in GitHub, publish them, and share them on your resume and share them with other people. Put them on your Linktree, put them on your LinkedIn, etc. So projects and a place to show them off. And then three, you need to meet people face to face. don't discredit the last one. You can't just throw in application after application after application. You have to meet people face to face. You have to grip and grin. You have to do professional relationship building. In my opinion, all three. You can't just say I'm going to do a lot of the other one, and the other ones will take care of themselves. They won't. You need to do them all.
Done. Cybersecurity. Doesn't mean shit, but it's there.
Yes, it does mean
Okay,
shit.
2 to 3
You
I'm
can't
missing.
like. I think it's changed a little bit. Like they don't have the. Do you have a degree? And then they immediately disqualify you. No, it goes into their queue and they silently disqualify you if you don't have whatever it is that they're looking for. If it's a degree or if it's certifications or whatever kind of whatever. But yeah, if you're missing the other three, if you're missing 2 and 3, you got to do those also.
All right.
And Pwn Network, why if it's new to you? So the first time that you encounter something, you automatically you remember it and you never have to reference it again. That's amazing. Number one, if you have that problem, that's amazing. But for me, I write the same methodology for enumerating a box every time. I copy this methodology and I put it in a new note called support, which is what we did, which is what I'm going to do in 20 some minutes. And then I enumerate the box. Why just when you encounter something new?
Spiegelfter says,
I am in my mid-30s. My employer thinks about paying the OSCP, but IT will most likely take another year or so. But my employer also wants to expand into pen testing.
Okay. What do you want to do? If the employer wants to expand into pen testing, then they need to cough up the money for OSCP. I'm like completely generalizing what you're giving me, okay? But if that's what they want to do, then they pony up the cash for OSCP, so you can get that education and then provide those services. What do you want to do? And do you want to get into pen test? Do you want to get into cybersecurity? Do you want to get into pen testing specifically? I wouldn't just narrow. I wouldn't just be so focused on pen testing. There's plenty of areas to cybersecurity that you may be more suited towards. Maybe SOC, maybe GRC, maybe threat hunting. You know what I mean?
Green Lantern says,
Actually, what would be good, maybe I should go full hands-on to build skills and confidence.
Deepnid Network says,
It depends on how you learn.
It takes a lot of time to hack as well as to take notes at the same time. For the same machine, it takes around 2x.
I don't know what to tell you. So it sounds like you're saying
Yes,
it's hard.
Daddy.
Yes, correct. You're right. Can you help me out with Kelso? Of course it's hard. Yes, it's hard. It's hard. Like,
John says,
It's hard.
Nothing
says,
in this world that's
Need to
worth
start a
having
scholarship
comes
fund. Papa
easy.
CO fund below.
nothing in this
Gaisling
world worth
says-
having comes easy.
This.
translated from
Nothing.
Estonian.
Nothing. No one is gonna be like, oh my god. Oh my god. The Pwn Network is starting to learn pen testing. And are gonna fall over themselves to give you it when you are done. No one. No. You have to do the work. It's hard. It's hard and it takes time. Correct.
John says, Neovenuspist says,
I don't know. I gave you RAM
Day-sling. Day-sling? Or Days-sling. Sorry.
Network
There you go.
says,
How you doing today,
I got
Day-sling?
your point. I will start making notes on each and
Go on
every
then,
box
Matt.
from now on.
Give me 1 second.
Daysling says,
Daysling. Very good.
Yeah, we have a lot of commands, Daysling.
Cybersec is pretty fun emo.
Yeah, it certainly is. So the timer in the corner is for good mornings and the news. Slop squatting, that's what it was called. There is a paper out there.
I sometimes do HTB and Pico CDFS.
Good.
Well,
You're gonna be
only
right in.
consolidating
You're gonna be
machines, but
right.
still.
You're gonna be right in. You're in the right place. We're gonna do support on HacktheBox.
Very interesting.
Sorry, I think the music was really loud.
Greed Lantern says,
I think I'm pretty gifted at understanding new concepts, but I kinda need between 3 to 6 weeks to build some reps. I was thinking about building apps to get those reps.
So build them. If you're here to try to find the most optimal path from where you are to where you want to be, there is none. There's optimal paths, and yeah, try to do this to get to where you're going to be, but like that almost always never happens. Your path is always back and forth. You learn stuff about yourself. Oh, I'm really not good at this. Oh, I'm really not good at that. Oh, I got to do this. Oh, I got to do that. You know what I mean? Like you need to just start.
All's Journey says,
Stare.
Deepnid Network says,
Well, thank you so much for the motivation. I will start working on a hard machine and make sure that I take notes as well. Happy hacking, Theo. Only for you, I hate NeoVim as well. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for the inspiration. I'll start working on a hard machine and make sure.
translated from Malayalam.
It's here. So I thought this was interesting. I wanted to read the paper because what they
Read
said is
Lantern
happening.
says.
Yeah, I'ma put Shio on my background and just do it.
If you have to, close me out. If you don't need the distraction, if you want to eliminate distractions, close me out. Come back and let me know how it goes. Okay? Or just mute me and minimize me. So follow this with me. The malicious user number 1 prompts LLM to generate code. Generates code that uses package X. Publishes package X with the malicious code. Sorry. Queries package repository for package X. Package is not found. Publishes package X with malicious code. Package X is now available to all users.
Hack the Planet says,
If you don't start hacking soon, I'm going to have a stroke.
Almost there. Prompts LLM to generate the code. Generates the code that uses package X. Queries package repository for package X. Package X installed and malicious code delivered. Help me out here, though, again.
Spiegelfter says,
Well, I want pen testing and threat hunting also. But as long my employer does not really commit to OSCP, the CPTS doesn't push me into financial debt.
So there you go. Go after CPTS. It gives you great experience. It's from HacktheBox. I heard that it does help you out and prepare you for OSCP when that comes around. But go after CPTS then.
Greed Lantern says,
Heading out, thanks for the words of encouragement, see you guys.
See you, Greed Lantern. Queries package repository for package X. Package X not found. Oh. So package X is just a package. Prompts LLM to generate code. Generates code that uses package X. Publishes queries package repository for package X. Package X not found. Publishes package X with malicious code. Package X now available to all users.
John says Neovermispist says,
Any solid resources on info gathering? Like OSINT and whatnot, trying to find more niched interest than just cybersecurity.
Cybermentor's thing's not too bad on OSINT. It was pretty good for. It was pretty good for one of the external pen tests that I did. Unlike traditional typo squatting attacks, which target users' typos, Slop squatting attacks exploit AI errors. For example, tools like ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot may recommend non-existent packages, leading to uncritical copying and pasting and installation, which could lead to malware being unintentionally introduced into a project.
Daisling says,
Should you not blame the package repository for publishing the compromised package?
Daysling, I hear you, but I don't think it matters. Once it's in there, it's already doing damage. I think I'm not a dev, but you got to do some due diligence when you're using repositories.
John says Neovermispist says,
They could curate enough fake LLM training to point to their own bad repos too, right? I'm not that versed in LLM SATM.
Honestly, I'm having a little trouble with this. So I'm a bad guy, and I prompt the LLM to generate this code, which is a little vague. Where's their paper? Thank you, Adam, for the hydrate. Switch to water next.
Adam Larkar says,
Ring a ding ding nerds. How we doing?
A Fuzzik says,
Green heart emoji, Vulcan salute emoji, bear emoji, Vulcan salute emoji, green heart emoji.
Hey, Fuzzy. How are you doing? Welcome back. Here's the paper on it too, if anyone wants it.
Doing good, Big Ian. Hope you all are having a great weekend.
Daisling says,
And when the user /LLM tries to install the package, it'll exist so they won't bother checking. And once you run the code, boom, compromised.
Yeah.
A Fuzzik says,
Lol, I had ranted about this in a cyber talk at my old job when the early OPS came out. This is brilliant.
About this specific example? It's only going to get worse.
Prompt hallucinations.
It is partly hallucinations, but it's more the attacker queries package repository for package X. I don't know what that means. Is that like on GitHub? So you're like searching for a package within a repo?
Daisling says,
Let me explain.
Okay. Okay, we're getting pretty close to it, so we'll let Daisling explain and get logged into HacktheBox here. While we're doing HacktheBox, text-to-speech will be off. I'll have it kick back on every 10 minutes, or I'm sorry, at the end of the Pomodoro period.
Daisling says.
Hacker, asks LLM like code me a site that shows a bar graph using React.js, a prompt that a developer might use. 2. LLM, responds with here, install these package, chart.js and react.js. 3. Hacker, checks the LLM's response for possible hallucination, i.e. hacker will check each package the LLM user told us to install. 4. Hacker, queries the package repository for react.js and chart.js. v. Hacker, if chart.js isn't clean / doesn't exist, now they are able to compromise this.
Got it. Thank you.
Package.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you for that. Using info readily available. Okay. I'm going to get my water. And by then, we'll be about ready to get started.
A fuzzy says.
Hackers honestly need to get out and touch grass more often.
I think we all do.
Says.
I think we all
Howdy,
do.
Theo.
Mr. Crumbs, howdy. How you been? Thanks for checking in. Great to see you. Yeah, I think we all do. Not just hackers. Hackers, IT people, office workers. I think we all do. We all need a good dose of vitamin D.
Ravi99 says.
Long time no see.
Hey, Ravi.
How close are you to scheduling your exam? Smile.
1 month out.
A fuzzy says.
Hell yeah, we do.
Yep, 1 month out.
Crom says.
Going good, my gamer. Grinding that keyboard like usual.
Yep.
Hack the Planet says.
Vitamin D's.
A fuzzy says.
Never forget your bare necessities, friends.
Ravi99 says.
And 5s. I've got mine scheduled a month out as well.
Good to hear, Ravi. You got to keep me posted. I want to hear how you did. Okay, I'm going to sneak my notes over here. Here. Over here. Chen, how you doing today? You got a lot of numbers there at the end of your name. What do all those mean? All right, let's kill this guy. Correct. I agree, 100%. Dacelink, because NeoVim is an abomination. Okay, I'll grab some water. I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna put it to be right back. I just grab my water real quick.
Cyberworld SK on YouTube says,
Hey hacker.
Hack the Planet says,
I'm doing the box with you, it's been a while.
Chen069420 says,
Hi.
Couldn't believe that you were real, I couldn't see the truth. I lost myself inside the idea that I thought was you. Never knew that you'd become my everything. I was better off at letting you come to me. I wrote a song instead of shouting from the rooftop. She has my mind in a head like that won't stop. I sing about it so she knows I've never forgot. Reminded by the many ways that she could make my heart stop.
A Fuzzeat says,
Right, I got a few libs that I managed to finish and put out last month. Love to get feedback on them. They are TypeScript based.
I don't need a thing, didn't know I was better off beside you. But your love was the perfect reminder. Didn't know I was better off beside you. But your love was the perfect reminder.
Oh, good. I was waiting for it to kick. I was wondering why I didn't. Oh, because you did 100,000 first.
A Fuzzeat says,
Web link.
What you got there, Fuzzy?
Web link.
What you got there, Fuzzy?
Chen069420 says,
Hello, sorry my stream was muted.
Oh, it's okay.
Cyberworld
Chen, how are you
SK
doing
on
today?
YouTube says,
What's going on?
Hey, Cyberworld. We're going to get into Hack the Box. Let me, you know what? Let me pin that.
Theo says,
Hack the Box, web link.
Like the planet! This is right where you need to be. Like Inception, won't you live in a dream with me? You'll get all my affection, affection, affection. Oh, affection.
John says Neovimisfist says,
Theo, with the same tone, I need you to tell HacktheBox.
Cyberworld SK on YouTube says,
How much you are paying for internet per month?
$80. And I have Gigabyte. It's a new service.
John says Neovimisfist says,
Say,
Heavenly angel, oh tell me what you say, girl, at my table. There's an empty seat in my heart. Yeah, won't you get this? You with me now? Give me your attention.
Okay, for my Mmap scan, where's my terminal? Here it is. Let's move you over here, buddy. We're at right here. Let's move you here.
Cyber World SK on YouTube says,
F80 I'm paying 10 per month.
F80, you're paying $10 per month. And what is your speed for $10 a month? And where are you in the world? Carmen, San Diego. So we got DNS. Did that not save?
John says Neovamisbist says,
Not in the States, I bet lol.
Oh, I put it in the
Click says,
Yo,
Dr. Dead
translated
Click.
from Estonian.
Yo.
All's Journey says,
I'm paying €20 for 80/40.
20 euro for 80/40. 80 meg down, 40 meg up. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cyber World SK on YouTube says,
200 megabits per second Indian.
translated from Indonesian.
Yeah, what's
All's
up?
Journey
What's down?
says,
What do you, so that's
Not
down?
bad, it used to be bad, now they made it a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah, Cyber World, we're comparing apples and oranges, but
John says Neovamisbist says,
I pay 80 for 630.
yeah, AT&T come through. They upgraded and I got fiber coming into the house now, and it's gig down, gig up.
Jealous.
Support. Support Nmap, support services.
Ravi99 says,
The problem with measuring bandwidth is, how often do you cap that out? Smile, I have 1 GB down for my agency, and 45 people plus guests, rarely push more than 50%.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I'd hate to see the cost for me to get fiber lol.
I'm surprised the local company didn't try to be a little bit more competitive with their rates when AT&T started installing. Okay, so this is where I left off. Services, and then, oh no, I take that back. We were able to get on SMB client. That's what's up here. SMB client. We logged into...
Dead Click says,
VZW needs to hurry up and bring 2 grams.
VZW. Oh, Verizon.
Cyber World SK on YouTube says,
Got it.
200 down and 150 up.
Yep. Thanks, Cyber World. Yeah, it's apples and oranges. But I appreciate you telling me. Let me know what your speeds are over there.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I use that amount often lol. I got a letter from ISP a while back threatening to cut me off cause I had 13 TB downloaded lol.
Support tools we were able to log into, and within support tools there was
in a 3-month span.
A bunch of stuff. We ended up digging through user info. And we installed PWSH that allows us to run PowerShell commands. Right. So we catted the program user.exe. Thanks to Gora.
Remember last year, how'd it go? There was nothing inside, so just let go. Can't even hold on, I fall apart. Wish I stayed a little while with you. It's deja vu when I'm with you. Where did our time go again? You let it get to you. It left me blue. Walk out of doors, forget all of our past. Pretend you didn't leave while I was crumbling in the dark.
I'm not starting the timer just yet because I'm going to make coffee and use the bathroom next time I go upstairs on the next break. And then when I get back, I'll start it. But let me add this because so I do it in two. I do mine in two, but I like how you do yours in two. Because I would normally have to pull that stuff out. I mean, I had to type those in individually.
.002 says,
Hi Theo.
These blue skies in your eyes.
DJ Zero, how you doing? Good to see you.
These blue waves feel so light. They take me away. It's deja vu when I'm with you. Why did our time go to waste? You let it get to you.
Theo, thank for asking. I am okay. What's about your side?
I'm all good. I'm all good. I'm gonna putting in some work this morning. I really wish they'd pull the Christmas music out of that playlist.
Aquafunk says, this stream is always good for making us weekend morning slackers look bad.
Whatever. This is just the time I slack after this. Well, kinda. I'll slack after this. I really want to game. I want to do some gaming tonight. And I found out my nephew has been playing a lot of Fortnite, so I need to brush up on that. Aqua, how are you doing today? Aqua Funk. Good morning, Nori. Happy affiliate anniversary again, right? Is it gonna go on for a week?
Kitty says, no, only last one day. Nick says,
The OOU.
Yo, DM Nick. It only what? No, it doesn't. It goes like a week. Stop it. Yo, Nick, how you doing? It rained, and it's still raining. So we could have done the D&D today.
Kitty says, no, once you've had your stream, it is over.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I thought it went a whole week. Everybody got a line, it's time to cross it.
I've never seen so many people ain't believe. Nick says,
no worries, brother, we'll figure it out.
Aquafunk says, Doing okay. Continuing to tweak this new Android phone running Graphene OS. Just got my sleep cycle tracking working. Awake detection in the morning fires MQTT to my home assistant, and lamplight does a slow sunrise transition.
Wow, that's one way to learn. That's one way to sleep. That's one way to sleep and get up. I'm jealous. We just talked about how I've been having a hard time sleeping, but graphene. Spectre, you had that, didn't you?
Aquafunk says, helps me get up in the morning. No jarring alarms keeps me from snoozing.
So, a few before I forget. If you happen to catch X Hack the Planet, Tagora, make sure that you jump in their stream. Amazingly knowledgeable person. Number one. Number two, Ragano. El Ragano, we've done a D&D campaign together, Star Wars one, which one they're still doing. I had to bail from because I'm that guy. But plays Street Fighter, plays God, what are those Elden Ring type games called? Anyways, great banter in there with his community. Nori Kitty, Nori does Just Dance, does DJ streams, does gaming streams, amazingly talented shooter, and great DJ, mixing in VR chat. And DM Nick, if you're looking for someone to run your next D&D campaign, you need to whisper or send DM Nick a message. Amazing dungeon master, great dungeon master.
Kitty says, you trying to win bronial points from me are worst at all things.
No negative self-talk. Theo stare. No, I'm not trying to win brownie points. Besides, they don't work on you anyways. I like saying nice things about cool people.
Exactly.
Great. It's exactly right. Nori must be on mobile.
You don't know what I'm on.
Your response is delayed. So you're either really sleepy or you're mobile. Tired really doesn't make you less sharp. So I think you're on mobile. Oh, sorry. All right. So net logon is the only one we could get in. Oh my God. What are you looking at a shock collar for? Only net logon allows us and support tools are available.
Is got Twitch integration. So people can shock me lol.
No. No.
Web link.
Nope. I'm not allowing you to. That's not real. I'm not allowing you to buy that. Your request has been denied.
Kitty says, it was funded by chat, so I have to.
Oh my God. I will talk to your chat. And I need to know specifically who funded it. Thank you. You don't have to tell me now. Send it to me.
Will be funny.
I do not agree.
Aquafunk says, love any web store that puts things in my cart auto magically lol.
I saw that. I noticed that.
You say that it's art and you swear that you try, but I still feel alone on my own almost all of the time. Cause it's up and it's down and you're in and you're out. Look where you got me now. If you want me to
Doesn't have the username your mom? What kind of place is this?
Also, yes, that's Twitch law. If chat funds it, you must comply with their wishes.
Oh, I know. I just want to talk to them. I would like to give them a scutcheon.
Gave you my heart from the start, but you pushed it away.
There's a thing there. .NET Framework version 4.8. Maybe that's not it. All right, what else is here? Okay, an idea. Let me take a break, make more coffee, and continue this, all right? Be right back.
Rolling down the windows, let the sun shine through. Just cruising down the interstate. We could go wherever as long as I'm with you. Don't care what anyone will say. They say I'm crazy, I lost my mind. Packing my life up, leave it behind. But with you, baby, no, I'll be fine. So let's hit the road, oh, let's hit the road. Wherever you go, whenever it gets cold, I'm gonna follow whatever you do. No matter where, just know I'll be with you. Red light, I wanna kiss you at every red light. You know we could go wherever you like. So baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights. One hand on the wheel, your other hand in mine. A feeling nothing can replace. Let's both run away and face the big blue sky. Let's get up and leave this place. They'd say we're crazy, we lost our minds. Packing our lives up, leave them behind. But for you, baby, I give my life. So let's up and go, let's up and go. Put it in traffic, roof down the highway. We could be anyways, but on the stop signs, just living the good life. Red light, I wanna kiss you at every red light. You know we could go wherever you like. So baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights. Red light, I wanna kiss you at every red light. You know we could go wherever you like. So baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights. All of those headlights. Baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights. Baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights. Baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights.
In your warm embrace, I lose myself. Nothing else matters. In time and space, there's nothing else. No. 'Cause I've been waiting for my whole life for one like you to light up the sky. Don't know what you do to the black and white. When I'm with you, I see multicolor.
right. Thank you. You would never guess who just messaged me on Discord.
Kitty says, have you heard?
The word? Have I heard what?
Not the word about the bird.
I assumed that you were going to troll me. Have I heard about what?
John says Neovimispist says,
I have a
What is
soccer.
that noise?
I have a soccer ball under the desk for my feet. Can you hear that really?
Kitty says, that's just Theo talking. John says Neovimispist says,
Are you crunching Doritos in your thighs? Lol.
No, what is that, Spotify?
Kitty says, Theo has crunchy hips. Because old.
Yes. Have I heard what? We're supposed to be on TTS mute right now. Oh, Shadur Sanders is messaging me.
About the bird, I said.
You said not the word about the word bird. Oh my god.
Not the bird about the word.
Oh my god. Okay, I'll mute Discord. Who is that?
John says Neovimispist says,
Lol.
translated from Haitian Creole.
Sorry, Shadur Sanders. Recent draft selection by the Browns. I'm kind of busy.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Do you go to gym or do you exercise all at home?
All at home. So one of the contacts I made at the last place I worked at, he owned his own gym at one time, and he's still involved with it, even though he doesn't own it anymore. He sold it. He has a personal training background, so he's been kind enough to send me, put me on a program, give me lineup exercises. I sent him pictures of like everything that I had, which was like at one time just a duffel bag full of empty computer parts and a treadmill and the floor. I did just basically bodyweight stuff for like a month. I got dumbbells, just little 25 pounders, which I need to get heavier ones now.
Baller.
Good morning, Tawny. Thank you. I'll save that for the next break. The box should have been pinned. Where'd it go?
Have your buddy hook us all up with plans. Lol.
Ret to something. There you go. It's support on Hack the Box. Yeah, RSAC was intense. It was a good one. That's cool. I want, I'll know here this month if I'm going to DEF CON.
Can you pack me and bring me?
I'd like to take it at the end of May. There's this legit Guitar Con. Oh, it's at Vegas at the same time. Yeah, they could probably handle more than one con. Thank you. Very cool. Guitar Universe. Is the same person run the Red Team Village every year?
Kitty says, Guitar Hero?
Mike Lisi.
Kitty says, 4 days and nights of shredding. That's a lot of paper.
Pause, how you doing? Good to see you again. What is that garbage? Pause. There's no shame in that. You gotta pay bills. There's none. So yeah, work what you have, work what you got to do until something better comes along. Yep, that's smart. Yeah, I overdid it on the sweets and the chocolate specifically at the beginning of the week and pay for it dearly in the middle of the week. It's a 0 at the end of the domain about.
You looking forward to release of GTA 6?
I saw that. Next year now. Everyone thought they were going to get it this year. Oh, has it always been? Okay, I thought it was this year. The way that the article read was that they were planning on it coming out sooner. I think I've had them all. Definitely had 3. Had Vice City. Had San Andreas. And then they started, right? Then they named it 5. Oh, they always push it back. Yep.
I'm sure was due in June this year.
That's no small undertaking that they accomplish. I mean, it's a lot. I'm not sure how much is like, I don't know anything about game dev. Tony, how soon do you think we start to see cracks from vibe coding? I know a lot of good organizations have like a code review process and may be able to suss some of that out, but my concern is like smaller, less established companies that are rushing to put a product in the market. Yeah. It sounds like me, you're not being serious, Tagora. Vibe coding is when I've seen several vibe coded apps have been involuntary penetration tests performed and results are just as you would expect. Yeah. Well, I know, but you're making stuff for you.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Going to Gricken?
I don't know. I gotta check it out again. I gotta check the dates again. You saw a bunch of CISOs in a panel saying they are doing no AI in production and wanted to yell. I wanted to yell shadow AI vibe coding at them. Yeah. Yeah.
Kitty says, you seen this GameCube logo startup made to look like HacktheBox logo so good, web link.
Oh, all right.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Probably not worth it for you other than potential networking close but out of state still.
Yeah. I'll check it out. Are you happy, Nori? Using the AI assistant, but with almost no oversight, just using it and then implementing it, not looking through the what vulnerabilities it may be introducing. Vibe coding is what I would be doing, is what I use to make the Twitch bot. Y Combinator person said that 25% of new company cohorts in their latest batch use vibe coding almost exclusively. Yeah, think about that.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Theo is a vibe pen tester.
No, I'm not. You tried vibe coding to build OAuth workflows to see how it did. It made 4 token parsers, then made one of them being a mock parser, returning the same result, then in production hooked up the mock to the
Spanish.
API and said it's secure. Yeah. Vibe code reviews. Excuse me. Vibe code reviews. Looks good to me, boss. Whether you ask AI whether the code is good, efficient, and secure, right? Yeah, that's the same model to review the code. So, Ravi, I hear what you're saying.
Nothing in this world that's worth having comes easy.
Thank you, Dr. Kelso. I hear what you're saying. I'd like to say that I think the AI is more just the tool. But if you're just taking what comes out of the AI, copying it and pasting it directly into a repository, and when it works and not understanding what's going on in there, like, it's a bad deal. We had the does anyone have the article? What do they call it? Slop squatting? Yeah. Tony, you probably already saw this. We were just looking at this earlier today. I will click on anything. Thank you, Mr. Crumbs. You're 100% right. I'll click on anything. But I'm doing it to teach people not to do that. Which reminds me, I haven't been sufficiently rickrolled today. Theo stare. Tanya, I fully agree, but we're seeing heaps of people being lazy. Use it a lot, but also make sure to send PRs for things that are minimum quality of work I would do for myself.
Take me to Snurch, I'll worship like a snail at the shrine of your lies. I'll tell you my snin so you can snurp in your snipe. Off me that sneethless snail. God, let me sneath you my snipe.
Sneath you with my snipe? Thank you, that was good. No. Pause. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Oh.
I know all about brain rot XD. Already put it in there. All right. Thanks for the Lord Tagora.
John says Neovimisfist says.
Lurkmaster Flex.
You had me spellbound. Believing every word you said. Now that I know better and I'm grown now.
No, it's not. I turned off TTS while I'm doing the thing, and I left while I'm doing HacktheBox, and I left mods on. I forgot to turn it completely off. I haven't had to keep an eye on the chat for a while, and if someone rude pops in, we'll get to him. Excuse me. Certainly. Most certainly. I do, just in case. Just in case someone comes in. Hey, Pebble, how you doing? Right. We found support tools. Oh, it's support tools. It's not. Oh yeah, I was able to get the net log on, but there was nothing there. It's gonna keep swinging. I may be alone in this, but in my opinion, I think some organizations are doing a good job with this, and that are trying to do something about vibe coding, code reviews, or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a dev. I don't know what they do. But I think there's a lot of them out there that are running hard and fast with AI's capabilities. And while they may get stuff done, it's going to, in some instances, introduce vulnerabilities that are unchecked. So, like I've said before, I don't think anything's going to get done until it starts costing them a lot of money. And for some of them, they're not going to be able to catch it soon enough, and it's going to demolish them. But it's the same thing about anything that's, in my opinion, anything capitalistic in at least the United States, that until it starts pushing hard the other direction and costing them money, they're going to keep running hard and fast with it. SMB mask, recurse on, prompt off, mget. What is all that shit? SMB command mask. I don't know if you can hear Small Beanie Hacker stomping around upstairs or not. This command allows the user to set up a mask, which will be used during the recursive operation of mget and input commands. Masks specified to the mget and input commands act as filters for directories rather than files when recursion is toggled on. The mask specified with the mask command is necessary.
Theo.
Nori.
You watch all Black Mirror yet?
Yeah, I did. Did you finish them up? I loved them. I liked this season. I liked how they weren't all completely dark. The first one was hard. Was hard to watch. The first one was, yeah.
Kitty says, yes, was good. The thonglets made me think of you would be something you would be like.
Yeah, I liked that episode too. I did. I kind of like how they left it open to interpretation. I don't want to go any farther for people who haven't seen it, but I did. I liked I liked that episode.
John says Neovamispist says,
How's your ad going?
What ad? What are you talking about? My ad.
Kitty says, but what I do not understand, they did not release the game because he took the build. If he didn't take it, then he would have had a normal life. And the thongs would have had unlimited power from everybody's PC in the world from the very start.
Throng. They're throng. They're not thonglets. Thronglets?
Yes, the thongs.
Throng. Oh my god, you can play it.
John says Neovamispist says,
Thong song.
Oh, it's only in Netflix. Oof.
Kitty says, yes, need Netflix account. John says Neovamisbist says,
I want to be ninja.
Thank you for that slow roll. Yes, Ravi. Active Directory. New season of not Dropout. Game Changer has started on Dropout. In fact, we're due for a new episode on Monday.
Need a watch party of the movie.
Just me and you to do what we do. I want you all to myself. Everything I do it for you. Yeah. 'Cause I've been made.
Yes, Tawny. Yes.
Then you come up, exhume my love and change that. Now I've been made to feel like I got it all.
Okay, I did that too. We went through. So now okay, so this guy, that's right. DN Spy. Did I run that? No, I downloaded something else. How do you scroll through the... No. The Control R results. DN Spy.
John says Neovamisbist says,
You scroll with a scroll wheel.
Thank you. It's not up, it's not down, it's not scroll, it's not left, it's not right. N? No, those are characters. Enter?
You are welcome.
You're thinking of building a zero-knowledge authentication library so you can authenticate people to log into your server without knowing who they are. Only that they should be able to log in. That sounds fucking cool. Oh, I think we moved over to IllSpy. My Kali box crashed, so everything that I had up for this box went down with it. Right at this point. Cross-platform version of IllSpy. IllSpy is the open source.NET assembly, browser, and decompiler. So essentially, right, we're taking this thing apart. We're trying to understand what it does and if there's any vulnerabilities inside it, right? Tawny, it's possible to evaluate the truthfulness of a condition and a value without revealing the value itself. Well, Tawny, I mean, you can't make money off of that kind of anonymity, right? How are you supposed to make money off your users' data if you can't? If you have zero authentication knowledge. Okay, we're back to Avalonia. So this is where I struggle. Maybe I should stop struggling with this today. I believe it's user share. I think some people use opt. That's all I have an opt, so I've been putting stuff in share. Yeah, that looks right. Thanks, Aqua. Does it matter? Isn't there one you can put it that it populates it? That's not the right word. Isn't there a place that you can put it where it allows it to run across the system? Or do I have to modify path for that? I really need to get this shit under control. Let's take a look at those. Wow. Sorry, Kelly. Why was that so hard? What was I doing wrong? Thanks, Aquafunk. Use your local bin.
All my time thinking about the things that won't lift me up, wouldn't keep it in my mind. All those things that won't lift me up, I just care about you and 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 I just need some sunlight, feel it in my bones.
Kitty says, ding 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 ding.
Poof. Wow, you could not have timed that any better. That was like perfect. I could run to the bathroom again.
Mitosfa says.
7830.
Hey, Matosfa.
Jeff Divnall says.
.NET Woo.
Jeff Devnall, welcome back. Matosfa, what are you working on today?
I did gym in the morning now and lazy.
Okay, good to hear.
Says.
I'm working on a Python tool that lists duplicate hashes in a file system.
Nice. Good idea.
Jeff Divnall says.
.TMP is also a chill tool to inspect .NET. It's from JetBrains.
Mitosfa says.
Went to the local 2600 meetup, and someone suggested a good idea of making an ignore file.
Very cool. Meetups, seminars, cons. You're looking to crack in, those are good places to go. Meet people. Grip and grin.
25-3 says.
Meet people
Going
IRL.
to teach you about zero knowledge proofs. Ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
In a world where crocs guard every reed tunnel in a maze, a shy banjo player claims to know the lullaby that sends them to sleep.
Kermit.
He slips into the
Kermit
maze.
lore.
The council calls the exit to use. Moments later, the name gate swings open, a crocodile snoring at the exit, and a stamped acorn rolls out. Trial after trial he never errs. The swamp knows he owns the song, yet neither frog nor note is revealed. It ain't easy teaching zero knowledge proofs.
In a world where crocs guard every reed tunnel in a maze, a shy banjo player claims to know the lullaby that sends them to sleep. He slips into the maze. The council calls the exit to use. Moments later, the named gate swings open, a crocodile snoring at the exit, and stamped acorn rolls out. Trial after trial, he never errs. The swamp knows he owns the song, yet neither frog nor note is revealed. It ain't easy teaching zero knowledge proofs. Kermit. Coming this summer. Venom. How are you doing today, Venom?
Venom on YouTube says.
What about you? How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. What are you up to today?
25-3 says.
I think I'll keep that one for future talks.
I like that one, Tawny. Yep. I'm gonna leave TTS on for another couple minutes, and then I'm gonna kill it again.
Jeff Divnall says.
Colon A.
25-3
Oh, yeah?
says.
Oh, I met someone else interesting.
Who else? Tawny. I bet it's
Jeff
someone from the
Dignall
guitar
says,
world.
It's a nice beat.
Tanifar3 says,
He is every ISC2 cert, all 11 of them. Only 11 people in the world who have done that.
Really? I don't know who it could be. I still don't know.
He's not well known.
Mitospa says,
Sounds expensive greater than.
That didn't come through Venom on Restream.
Venom on
There
YouTube
it is,
says,
yeah.
Can I ask how your cybersec journey have been? How did you get started with it?
Venom. I can't remember if you've been here before. My cybersecurity journey is like this. So if you take one point here and another point here and you draw a direct line, my journey has been anything but that. I went back to school. Short story, I went back to school to get my master's in cybersecurity. I graduated, COVID hit. I had to learn some tough lessons about what my knowledge was and what employers were looking for. I made pivots based on talking to some very smart people. Changes in how I present myself and changes in how I talk to people about what I do. And then I
Ha 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 ha.
Translated from Tagalog, John says Neovamisbist says,
Kermit the Frog, a small-town news reporter with a heart bigger than a swamp, finds his usually calm life turned upside down by the arrival of a vibrant and ambitious traveling botanist. As they collaborate on a story about a rare local flower, their initial differences give way to unexpected laughter and a blossoming connection. But with Kermit's deep-rooted ties to his home and her relentless pursuit of discovery, they must navigate the delicate balance between finding love and following the.
Tanifar3 says,
I gave him heaps of bad info in this chat by pretending to know about
Stop
security.
it. Stop it. Nope. Tawny is practicing Theo's school of self-deprecating talk, which is not tolerated. Thank you.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Aw, too many words.
So I'll
Venom
talk
on
more
YouTube
about that
says,
in a second, Venom.
So what would you say was the most interesting thing was in your journey? What did you enjoy learning the most?
I'll answer that right after reading this in the world. In a world where Kermit the Frog, a small town news reporter with a heart bigger than his swamp, finds his usual calm goodbye. It went away. You took your points back. The whole thing was listed in the okay. Faux Machina, how you doing? Venom. What would you say most interesting thing was in my journey? Most interesting in my journey thing in my journey was realizing this is really the most interesting and most infuriating. The most interesting thing is that what higher education and education, like universities, are teaching versus what the job market is looking for. That was the most interesting thing. What did you enjoy learning the most? I am...
Tanifar3 says,
I don't know if the redeem shortens that a bit.
The most interesting. The most interesting thing about is learning that there's platforms out there.
Yeah, totally different.
Platforms out there for anyone to learn this stuff. I mean, I think that's fascinating. It's just out there, sitting out there learning. It's just sitting out there waiting for you to pick it up and learn. I mean, there's a lot of things that are like that, but I really think like hacking or, you know, look, vulnerability testing, or I think it's very interesting that like there are learning platforms for that. What about you, Venom? Are you in the industry? Or are you in university? Twitch chat, I believe, cuts it off at 500. I'm not sure about the redeem in there. I'm not sure. Okay. Hey. Spectre, thank you kindly for your Prime sub. And for 26 months in a row. Goddamn. Over 2 years. Thank you. Spectre Lord. Did you realize that Spectre John 2.0 helped me out with the first iteration of my server? Or Dooku.
John says Neogenesis says.
Yay, ads issue fixed. Lol.
Tanifar3 says.
In a world where me.
John says Neovemisbist says.
I have officially netted you $65.
Dooku. Thank you, Dooku.
Arjuku says.
Remember to save every now and then.
The password is not Kelly.
Mitosfer says.
I think I am going to make some pie packages.
Pie packages. Proof that it's rebooting. Thank you kindly.
John says Neovemisbist says.
If anyone is looking for a fun post-apocalypse cybersec ask fun, web link.
Tanifar3 says.
You know why Python packages are called wheels? For those that don't, it used to be called the cheese shop after the Monty Python sketch of the same name. So they're all wheels.
No
John
shit.
says Neovemisbist says.
It's an audio story of sorts.
Arjuku says.
No problem. Anytime D.
Kitty says. Where is the Discord game break? Wow, don't want to play with us no more.
No, that's not what it is. Of course I want to play, but I have to study. If you have a game that we can play for 5 minutes.
Tanifar3 says,
Discord break is online.
As always, please be kind and welcome new people into the chat. Thank anyone who subs or donates. I will break the no talking redeem for that and not restart the timer.
John says Neovimisfist says,
He needs some focus time. Don't scam me, Theo.
Kitty says, where you can play Minecraft on Discord games now. Tanifar3 says,
Yeah, we want Theo to learn.
John says Neovimisfist says,
Is this Christmas music? Lol, okay.
translated from Haitian Creole. Tanifar3 says,
Dunno, I just know it's not my music. Oh, poor doggy begging for help.
John says Neovimisfist says,
At least he isn't licking himself.
Spiegelfter says,
Oh, doggo. What a cutie. Cutie.
Jesus Griffin says,
How long have you been preparing for OSCP?
get the stepping.
Tanifar3 says,
Bro, you spoke to the kitty and broke the redeem. I'm gonna tell Jess.
Don't tell Jess.
Yes, Daddy.
Mitosfer says,
So, Theo, how much of your OSCP knowledge do you use in your everyday job? Do you do threat hunting too?
Jesus Griffin. I've been preparing on and off since October of last year. I got sick. I got a touch of walking pneumonia in around Thanksgiving. So it's been on and off. I really started studying again at the beginning of January.
Tanifar3 says,
Also remember, don't talk redeem. Really?
John says, Neovamisbist says,
Lol, did you just time yourself out? XD.
Jesus Griffin says,
I hope you're doing better now. Also hope the prep is going well.
Tanifar3 says,
Viewers don't know who did it.
John says, Neovamisbist says,
I mean, you typed. Vanish lol.
Tanifar3 says,
Right, that you're breaking the illusion. Smiley face emoji. Viewers will think Theo did it. Smiley face emoji.
Tanifar3 says,
Yay, Theo hearts me. It's his way of showing appreciation.
there's any cats in the hallway, you better get to stepping.
Oh, it's early enough for me to get to the farmies market.
Mitosper says,
I require more coffee.
Kitty says, thank you for following. Welcome to Home of the Cats. Home of the Dallas Cowboys are the best NFL team in the world. And Theo steals chocolate from old people.
Danny. Danny Brown, thank you for the follow. How you doing today? Number 1. Absolutely not the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Cleveland Browns. Thank you. And number 2, I don't steal chocolate from old people. I mentioned one time about how much I liked chocolate cake batter ice cream. And I described it in a way that I now regret. But I do not punch or steal chocolate from old people.
The Who Browns? Are they even a real city? Cyber World SK on YouTube says,
Are you for any company?
Yes, I work for a company. Just open what? God. Okay. Let's go to the folder. Maybe it's because it's like a Windows thing.
Fallen says,
Morning Smile.
Good morning, Fallen. How are you doing today?
Mitospa says,
Are you still working on the support HTTP? Or is the pinned message stale?
Still working on support HTTP.
Here we go again, pretending we don't care. But I know at the end, you will always be there. Every step I take, I am scared to fall down. And sometimes love just isn't enough.
002 says,
Ah, there he is.
He's a good boy. He can't hear, though. Cav. Cavi. Come here. Come on. Surprised you haven't smelled that. Huh. Want to say hi? Come say hi? He's a good boy.
Good boy.
He is a good boy. He's a good boy. You know what he likes? Butt scratches. Who doesn't? Huh? Who doesn't like butt scratches? Hmm? I don't need kisses. I've seen where you lick. How's your neck? Not bad. You want the treat? Can you sit? Good boy. Thank you. My bald head was getting hot.
If there's any cats in the hallway, you better get to stepping.
Yep. Hey. Bo Preppa. thank you very much for your Prime sub. It's 4 months in a row. Thank you very much. How you doing today? You know, you get 1 Prime sub a month, and I appreciate you using it on me.
BR pre-passes.
Good, no worries, enjoy your stream.
That's interesting because since we call it painful IT. That's good to hear that people enjoy it.
John says Neovamisbist says.
You are funny. Look in.
Correct. Is it? Oh, Advent of Cyber.
Hello everyone, my name is John Hammond. Welcome
I
back
haven't
to
used
another
ILSP.
video
I've used INSP. Is that the same-ish?
Yeah, it's the Linux version. But like I've gone through the install process. I've read their documents. I've been stuck on trying to figure out how to run ILSPY now for half an hour. So I'm done. After compiling and whatever else I did, making.
Oh, okay. Sorry I showed up late.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just frustrated with the process because I've done everything the documentation has said, and I still can't get it to run. There's no file in here that's called ILSPY. Based on their documentation, just open it. Cool. Open what?
Can you ls? Cause it should be in bin.
In bin?
Fallen says.
Silsby/bin.
Translated from Norwegian. Mitospa says.
TH30, if you ever want a good analysis and reversing setup, you could definitely use Flare VM from Ambient.
Fallen says.
ILSP/bin/.
I appreciate that. I'm only reversing for the sake of pen testing, not for like reversing. Where am I? Yeah, so I should ILSP bin?
It's Hap says.
Hi there.
Hey, it's Hap. How's the job?
Good, thanks, smile. How's yours?
Good. Thank you for asking.
Fallen says,
Yeah. Now you've got it.
It's Hap says,
Hacking away with that mechanical keyboard?
Are you shitting me? It's all the way in there?
Fallen says,
Is
If it's
this
successfully compiled.
is this a dev thing?
Yes.
Come on.
John says, Neovan
Come on.
says,
Is this a
Calm
dev
down,
thing?
calm
Like,
down.
is this like, okay, once you, or is it a Windows thing? Like, once you download the
organization.
Git and after you extract or build or whatever, expect to find it in bin, release, the version, and your operating system.
Fallen says,
So,
Mitospa says,
It is a Visual Studio thing.
is it a Visual Studio thing, or is it a, like, the next time that I go through this and I don't get an executable right in the file that I'm working in, I should start looking for a bin releases section.
It's Hap says,
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
You learn
Fallen
something new
says-
every day.
Genially, yes. Or build.
Okay.
Fallen says,
But glad you found it.
Spiegel, you were checking that last
In
time,
Visual
right?
Studio,
I don't think
the
that's
common
I don't
build
think it's working.
configuration places builds in that folder structure.
Oh, it's cookies. You have cookies enabled?
Tanifar3 says,
Your voice is back.
Yes.
John says, Neovamispist says,
He must have taken it back from the dog.
Tanifar3 says,
Is the best cookie.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
You
I'm leaving at
Spiegel
12:30.
says,
Personally,
Sadly,
Okay.
yes. It does not work, Frown, but I
Oh,
didn't
they wanna
check
say
it
hi.
last time.
Hi.
Was someone else. Hi.
She doesn't want to be on camera. Mrs. Theo says hello, chat. That's all we get. That's all they get of you.
Here. Look.
Yep, we already said hi to Cav. He's a good boy.
You're a good boy. Did you tell him how mean you are to him?
I'm not mean to him. I love him.
See how defensive he gets?
I can't give you all of my love or it would kill you.
You keep saying that.
It is. It's true.
Yeah, here I am. Bring it.
Tanifar3 says,
Spiegel
Hello,
says
lovely
hello
human.
and Tani says hello.
Hello. Hello.
Nori hates you because Nori hasn't said hello.
All right. Nori, this.
John
Do
says,
this to Nori
Neovamispist
for me.
says,
Hi.
Spectre says hello.
Hello.
Fallen says,
LOL, wow. Hello, carrot.
She.
John says, Neovamispist
I told her she
says,
should do cooking shows.
collab
She
time.
like she does them like. Anyways, she keeps us very well fed and nutritionally kept.
Spiegel says,
I don't know.
Who doesn't love a good boy? That's impossible in nature.
John says, Neovamispist says,
Teacher Python.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Spiegel, I will whisper it to you. Or I'll update the link.
Spiegel says.
All right.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Link worked for me.
Oh, it does?
Just made a new account to test.
It keeps coming up. Link you clicked requires cookies to be enabled in your browser.
Fallen says.
May have to disable ad blocker.
I don't have one on this one. I got uBlock Origin and that's it. Oh, Privacy Badger.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Well, works on Safari lol.
When we could just sit outside and talk about life while reminiscing about all the good old times.
Tanifar3 says.
Oh, the red team village person. I got it wrong. He founded it.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Works on Brave too.
Okay,
Jess
as long as
says-
it works.
Theo.
Jess!
Don't tell Jess.
Where have you been?
With the guitar strumming, it's getting late now. Let's do it all again tomorrow.
Sleeping.
Okay.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Did you see Jess?
Jess says. Where have you been?
I've been
John
right
says
here.
Neovamisbist says.
He ignored you.
I've been here the whole time.
Yes, Daddy.
Tanifar3 says.
Jess, Theo timed me out several times today.
I did not. You, like, poofed yourself.
Jess says. Yeah, well, tell that to my maple and brown sugar oatmeal. Why would you time out Tanny Theo? Tanifar3 says.
I didn't.
I'm not a mod, I can't poof myself.
That fire was always burning.
No Angie face.
For all these years, not much has changed since our last goodbye that summertime.
I don't know what's the matter with it. I got cookies off. I got Privacy Badger off. I got...
Jess says. I'll time you out, Theo. John says Neovamisbist says.
What browser?
Tanifar3 says.
I said I was gonna tell Jess and he said.
Don't tell Jess.
Tynan says. Hi, old timer. How's life?
Oh my god.
John says Neovamisbist
So
says.
relentless.
Do you have it auto-blocking cookies?
I don't think so.
Colin
I
says-
tried it in the Edge browser
Failed by
too.
Brooks.
I'm tried on Chrome. Ugh.
Jess says. That sounds about
Oh, it
right.
worked. Okay, it worked on Chrome. Okay. Yeah, Spiegel.
Hi, Tynan. Theo, are you playing with Tynan today too?
Uh-oh.
Tynan says.
Hi Jess.
Jess says,
Or are you going to stand him up too?
See, now I don't win in that
Yes.
situation. I don't win in that situation. I'm not going to be. What if I say I'm going to play? Then you're going to be mad at me because I didn't play with you. What are you guys? What are you guys? What are you all even playing?
John says, Neovermispist says,
Theo, web link.
Tanifar3 says,
Oh Jess, did you hear the song I recorded and published on Spotify?
Jess says,
He has a marathon community day stream today.
Tynan says,
Golf, Mario Kart, Repo Overcooked.
Jess
Yeah,
says,
I can get in on that.
I did Tanny. It was good.
I'll
Thank
take
you
a
for
break.
sending
What time
it
are you
to me.
starting? Yeah, I'd like to get in on that. I haven't gamed much in a while, and I can fire up a Switch, play some Repo, if there's room. I know that you may have what is it, a 4-person game? Golf, Mario Kart, Overcooked. Oh, that's the kitchen game.
Tanifar3 says,
Woo.
John says, Neovermispist says,
Theo 24-hour stream?
No.
Tynan says,
12-hour, starting 1 p.m. local.
Jess says,
Nori is playing Repo.
What is this, a new browser?
Mario
Floor?
Kart and Overcooked
Floor?
All You Can Eat I'll be playing.
Great.
John says, Neovermispist says,
Yay, it's a tweaked Firefox basically.
All right, I'll take a look at it. Are we all going to collab stream?
Tanifar3 says,
8 more hours into the stream, we're starting the 12-hour stream, right?
Jess says,
I'm just playing. Not streaming.
Okay. Okay, well, we finally found Ill Spy. Thank you very much for that clarification.
My capture card hasn't worked with Windows 11 yet last I tried.
John
Aw.
says, Neovermispist says,
You found Ilsby like 30 minutes ago.
No, it wasn't 30 minutes ago. Okay. Here's Ilsby.
What capture card, Jess?
Do you want me to
Jess
check if I
says,
can make the font smaller?
Plus what I'm playing with be divided up. It's an Elgato one.
John says, Neovermispist says,
That's really strange that it would have issues on Win 11.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
Tanifar3 says,
You're playing with the cat?
Jess says,
Yep. Carrot.
John says, Neovermispist says,
Not, Elgato generally only supports Windows, some things on Mac, but no things on Linux lol.
So, Tynan, what time did you say? 1 o'clock Eastern? I forget what time zone you are.
Jess says,
I haven't tried it again for a few months, so it might work now. Not Eastern. He's on my time.
Okay. That gives me a few more hours.
Central.
Okay.
2 hours-ish.
So where is... Oh, it's okay. It's on Cali, HacktheBox, support, God, win user. Okay. All right, reversers, Mitofa, right? Where are you at? I'm supposed to dig through this file and I'm supposed to be able to find something that makes sense. All right, let me just peek at the walkthrough.
Mitospa says,
Yo.
All right. Executable appears to pull user information. This was the file, likely from Active Directory. I don't see an option for credentials on the server. Maybe they're hard-coded in the exe file. Let's run the executable through a debugger. Is that what this thing is? A debugger? Anyways. Open userinfo.exe after a few minutes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's a bunch in here, but we are just looking at user info, the file. What's this? Okay, those are dependencies, right? Co-working on a Saturday.
There should be an entry within the left side panel that shows the binary itself. You are looking at the imports for now. There should be a tree view that expands the structure of the .NET code.
Yeah, okay, so yeah. I don't know why it's so small over here. The font option blew up this, but not the user info. User info. Okay, that's what we were using. Global options. Program. Wait, did I miss something? User info commands. User info services. Find user, get that. LDAP query. Protected. Hey, that's a password. Encoded password.
You found it.
So Armando, is that the username? Oh, it's an encoded password. Well, no, that's just the name of the variable. It is encoded, base 64. Okay, I can do that from the command line. I can just copy it. And it's not like I can use this stuff. Maybe I can. But I don't need to. My thought is to just copy this out of here and do it from the command line.
Log4j says,
Excited for Shadur Theo?
Mitospa says,
Looks like there is some modular encryption that you may have to code in Python or something too. It's not just straight base 64. Go back to the password function. You can see binary operations on the text.
Fallen says,
You're on the right path, but that's not the full solution according to code.
Okay, I will. Okay, yeah, it's giving me garbage back. I'm excited for any quarterback. I want to hear what their plan is. I want to hear what their plan is. There's a lot of quarterbacks in that room. Gaming Golfer posted a funny as hell short from YouTube about the Browns quarterback room. I would love to see Joe Flacco again. I love Joe Flacco. I think the best thing they could do with those rookie quarterbacks is just sit back and watch the two veterans, Flacco and Pickett, and learn from them for a year. I heard Shedeur Sanders was rubbing people the wrong way. Okay.
Gotta be better than Manziel.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Tynan says, quarterback? Is it Tecmo Bowl time? John says, Neogonisfist says,
Quarterback is a fake thing within fake sports, right?
Okay, I can't run this. I can copy this, though, and put it in its own file and run it. Actually, is that JavaScript? I could do that right in the browser, right?
Mitosfer says,
You can run that code in Python.
That's Python? Public static? I don't think that's Python.
No, but you can code it in Python.
Loaf says,
Make this easier on yourself, and run the .NET Online web link.
Okay.
Then you can console.writeline get password.
Okay, I don't know.
Mitosfer says,
Definitely easier.
And remember, I'm not a reverser. I'm just a penetration tester trying to .NET file. .NET Fiddle. That's a great name for a website.
Jess says,
Or thank you for the so.
John says, Neogonisfist says,
Probably same people that did Jace Fiddle.
So do I just grab this all and drop it in there? Or do I need the whole thing? Do I need to upload the whole? I probably need to upload the whole thing.
Mitosfer says,
New.
You should be able to make do just with that function and import actually.
Loaf says,
Grab everything from the protected class. Keep the main method that's already on the web page.
Keep this. Okay.
And then call the get password function. Replace the hello world string with the function call. In ILSpy, click on protected in the tree view, so you can grab everything. You're currently scoped to just the function.
John says, Neogonisfist says,
Even D's. Oh wait.
Loaf says,
don't put the function inside the main method. Main is its own function.
I misunderstood you. I thought that's what I was supposed to do. Okay.
And spacing won't matter. It's not Python.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Geez Theo, don't you dev. XD.
translated from Spanish.
Not at all.
Mitosfer says,
but do you dev?
I vibe dev. I can't get to it fast enough.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Im4 dev.
translated from Tagalog.
Main is its own function. Wait, where do I put it then? In Hello World? No, after Hello World.
Mitosfer says,
Here?
You put the meat of get password into main.
Loaf says,
you put it inside the class, but outside of the main function.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Is hello world like net send hello?
Mitosfer says,
within the curly brackets.
There's two sets of curly brackets. So I'm putting it within.
Loaf says,
you're gonna need the other two fields that were defined in the protected class too.
The other two fields that were defined in the protected class.
Where
Okay.
it is right now is fine.
Okay, so it's saying, look, enc password does not exist in the current context. The name key does not. The name encoding does not. So I need also. I don't even know where to put this stuff. So
go back to ILSpy and select the protected class in the tree view. Then you'll see the whole class decompilation.
So, okay, so if this is a different file, where do I put this? I put this in.
You'll need the using statements, the fields, and the get password function.
Madam Fabulous says,
Hello, Madam Fabulous. Using statements, the fields, and the get password function. Oh yeah, the using up
Brumbo
here.
says, if translated from Dutch.
Brumbo?
Madam Fabulous says,
GM Theo.
Good morning, Cypher.
Jess says,
Theo.
Why am I getting all caps? Jess.
Loaf says,
with what you've copied, paste it on line 2, if you're going to include the whole class, define it outside the other class in .NET Fiddle.
Jess says,
why don't you have a hug command?
don't know. I don't have an answer for that. There's not a pie giveaway. Oh my God. Okay. Now I put this goes outside.
Tynan says,
Pie giveaway. Sign me up.
Madam Fabulous says,
She has a point, Theo. You made your own bot and you don't even have a hug command SMHMH.
Jess says,
Obviously there is one.
Loaf says,
Okay, now inside the main method.
Tynan says,
Wait. What flavor?
John says. Neovamisbist says,
Because this isn't comfy IT, this is painful IT.
Loaf says,
Remove hello world.
Loaf says,
and replace it with protected.get password.
Loaf says,
Don't put it in quotes, that's treated as a string.
Mitosfa says,
What gen is the pie?
Loaf says,
I gave you a poor instruction. Now run.
I need to understand what I did though.
John says. Neovamisbist says,
What is this? This is .NET?
He can't run, he's using the compute. R.
Whoppy Noon says,
Hi.
Jess says,
Okay Theo, so we can replace the pie giveaway with the Dexter giveaway. I'll allow it.
Loaf says,
You build the chash.net program by stealing code.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm having trouble putting it together. Whoopinion, how you doing?
Remove get password function inside the program class.
John says. Neovamisbist says,
Code thief.
Tynan says,
No, the pie giveaway sounds good, but what flavor is it?
John says. Neovamisbist says,
Heyo Whoopeen.
Jess says,
The grossest one.
Loaf says,
and then run again.
Whoppy Noon says,
Hi Jess and Theo.
Remove the get
John
password
says
function
Neovamisbist
inside
says,
the program class.
WTF.
Translated from German. Jess says,
I hate rhubarb.
John says. Neovamisbist says,
Strawberry rhubarb is hands down the best.
Whoppy Noon says,
Hey John.
Tynan says,
Don't think I've had rhubarb pie, but I think Jess and I have similar tastes.
Jess says,
I ordered a strawberry rhubarb pie once, never again. I couldn't take more than one bite.
Loaf says,
You initially pasted just the get password function from the decomp, and you put it in the program class under the main method.
Aquafunk says, Rhubarb is amazing. Sour and sweetum. Whoppy Noon says,
I grow rhubarb.
Jess says,
Yeah, I think so too Tynan, except you like spicy.
Loaf says,
But then you copied the whole class, so the initial function you copied doesn't know about any of the things it needs, and is now irrelevant.
Okay, so when we started, so like if I go here again.
Whoppy Noon says,
Busy in here today lol.
Loaf says,
That's your password.
Right. I saw, yep, thank you. I see it down there. I'm just trying to understand how, I guess, .NET works. It reminds me of Java.
The one that was caught by the Wireshark I saw the other day.
Oh my God, I forgot we did that. I forgot we did that.
Wapinoon says.
Java. Yeah, C# is like Java. It was designed to be.
Loaf says.
Funny fact. .NET, or C# was initially created as a competitor to replace Java.
Loaf says.
That's why it's so similar.
Jess says.
Yay.
Okay, so what we did was we put the get password in as the into the function here.
But C# is superior emo.
Jess says.
Thank you, Nori.
And then we put the protected function above it. Right, so it's like this is the main running of the program. This is everything that goes on in the background. So then we call the class protected and give it get password, which is defined in string get password.
Gruntplay says.
Yo, bro.
Gruntplay, what's up?
How you been?
Good, good. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been?
Loaf says.
Protected is a class. It defines an object. Get password is a function or method. Because it's static, it can be called using an absolute name protected.getPassword. If it weren't static, you'd have to first create an instance of the object using new protected get password.
Gruntplay says.
I'm okay, I passed the CPTS and know I'm preparing OSCP.
Same.
Jess says.
Focus Theo sheesh.
Gruntplay says.
Now.
I'm not the one talking. There's my posture. Okay. So now I have a password.
Loaf says.
Congrats, Gruntplay.
Yeah, congrats on the CPTS.
Gruntplay says.
I'm doing proving grounds.
Jess says.
Don't backtalk me, Theo.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. And then we're gonna work on this password.
Gruntplay says.
I've finished the HDBT Janos boxes, and I think I've already did this one.
John says. Neovamispist says.
No bathroom breaks.
Jess says.
And you'll do my redeem.
Yes, ma'am. Jess is very matter of fact.
Says.
I have a code for this.
You have a code for what?
Says.
That's a distraction.
Gruntplay says.
For decent code that.
Decent code? I don't know what you mean. We're working through it right now.
Is this the HDB cascade?
Kitty says.
It should be pinned.
Jess. Theo took away play Discord game command.
Oh my god.
Said he don't want to play games with us anymore. Jess says.
What?
Gruntplay says.
Web link.
Twitch face, thank you for the follow. How are you doing? What, Jess, what are you angry about?
Jess says,
So, what you're telling me is that Theo already doesn't really play with us anymore, and now he has taken away the one chance we have to force him to play with us at least once in a while. How dare you, Theo? How dare you? And I thought we were friends. How am I going to beat you at Spellcast anymore now? How are we going to spend quality time together now, building our friendship and making it stronger? How will we continue to put you in your place now that you have decided? Limit our ability to do so.
Wappy Noon says,
Wow, I got a
Theo,
scutcheon.
I've noticed what appears to be Windows 11 running on one of your computers. I can help you remove it if it's bothering you. And then we can install new.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'll help you with everything else, but not NeoVim, no.
Gruntplay says,
Web link. This is it, sorry. It's an XOR.
John says Neovimispist says,
NeoVim is the best text editor.
I don't know where the... Where do redeems go? Jess, I will reactivate the Discord game.
That's a funny way to spell NeoVim ret too.
Jess says,
Good.
Good, and I got an
John
angry
says
face.
Neovimispist says,
Make it 50k points, Theo.
Gruntplay says,
Feel free to use the algorithm.
Grunt play. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Is this a you're giving me a walkthrough or something else to use on the box?
No. I'm giving you the way to decrypt the lab password.
We just did it though.
Decipher.
Okay,
translated
thank you.
from Romanian.
Yeah, it's right there.
OSREXD.
Loaf says,
Gruntplay is showing you what you just did, but in Python instead.
Got it.
Same effect.
Thank you. Okay, you know what? I need to make some notes.
Gruntplay says,
I did the PNPT too. Pretty easy TBH.
Good to hear, Gruntplay. Loaf, thank you for walking me through that. Whoop, thank you for the exercises.
Jess says,
Theo.
Ret2 something says,
Bro's distracted. Get yo ass back to studying.
Did you give me them all?
John says Neovimispist
Push-up, squats,
says,
burpees, leg lifts.
Exercise is
We're
more
going to put the
important than no
push-ups
distractions.
in
Gruntplay
with
says,
the burpees.
So how many computers do you have there?
Jess says,
I had a no distractions redeem up to do already.
Loaf says,
Being able to run code in a safe way and get results dynamically is much quicker and more effective than static analysis in many cases.
Wappy Noon says,
No worries.
Tynan says,
Put your back into it.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Is your granny panties riding up?
Wapinian says,
Mind that back, bro, I can hear it creaking from here.
Loaf says,
Theo praying to the squat god whilst doing squats.
Thank you. I really was.
Says,
I wouldn't poop
Good work,
myself.
Theo.
Dude, I just want to say, I knocked those out. I've been exercising, and I knocked those out. And lost approximately 10 viewers. That's encouraging. Oh my god.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Lol.
Tynan says,
Sorry, was getting some water and missed it. You're gonna have to do it again.
Loaf says,
That was very quick. Don't tempt people to give you more. Oh. Well done.
Yes.
Wapinian says,
There he is. Security, I was just going to message you the other day, and I got distracted. How are things going? How's the job? Them people, how's the job? So if you don't know Security Live developed and maintains the text-to-speech bot that we use.
Jess says,
Theo ignoring me.
Security Live says,
Moving forward, in deep doing Splunk stuff,
Them
getting my
people,
groove back.
your clients, they have to love you. They have to. All your knowledge, they have to love you.
Wystone says,
Heya folks.
Rhett
Hey, Wystone.
says,
Ignore the chat. Back to study right now, mister.
Yep.
Security Live says,
I wouldn't say maintain.
Whatever.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Thought of you yesterday, sec live lol. Was telling a buddy about Node Red lol.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Theo. Jess, you were staring at me while I was doing squats? Oh, I should have done the no distractions first. Okay, we're doing them now.
Jess says,
Yes, because I had a redeem waiting.
Yes, ma'am. And as always, so when new comes in the chat, please say hello. If anyone subscribes or follows or donates, please thank them for me, or I will break the distraction and not reset the timer. Okay, now notes.
You will too.
Kitty says, how about just do not become distracted? Jess says, John says Neovimispist says.
Drinking is a distraction.
Jess says.
Breathing is a distraction. I saw that.
John says Neovimispist says.
Laughing is a distraction.
Gruntplay says.
Existing is a distraction and a tragedy.
Jesus
Jess says.
Christ.
You smirked.
Kitty says. Bop 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 bop. Tynan says.
Theo, you misspelled that.
John says Neovimispist says.
Broke IT. Restart.
Jess says.
Theo, you missed a line.
Gruntplay says.
Use that password to connect to some user.
Security Live says.
I now understand my escape mechanisms. Twitch was one of them, ready to come back with balance.
Kitty says. Theo, you blinked. Gruntplay says.
Yes, that shit is a password.
Jess says.
Theo.
Yes, Daddy.
Tynan says.
Are we there yet?
Jess says.
TH30. Theo.
Wapinoon says.
Right, better go get some chores done. Catch you all later.
John says Neovimispist says.
TH3Z.
Jess says.
Why Wupeen, have fun.
Kitty says. You know most people have feelings towards vegetables. That's why we cry when we kill an onion. Tynan says.
Theo, is your refrigerator running?
Gruntplay says.
What are you exactly doing? We can't watch. What are you typing?
John says Neovimispist says.
He is faux typing.
Jess says.
He is just trying to look busy and like he's actually doing something.
John says Neovimispist says.
Moving windows around is a distraction.
Security Live says.
Did you hear about the cheese factory that exploded? Debris was everywhere.
Kitty says. Jess. Jess says.
Wearing your glasses is a distraction.
Gruntplay says.
Oh, you're documenting everything?
Kitty says. Did you tell Theo the avocado joke? Jess says.
Nori.
Tynan says.
Theo, tell us your elephant joke.
Gruntplay says.
Document everything is definitely a distraction.
Jess says.
Theo, you are so freaking distracted. You have taken drinks like 3 times since the timer started.
Security Live says.
From Brie.
Translated from Portuguese. Gruntplay says.
Just document the new things that you learned.
Loaf says.
Sysadmins know how distracting documentation is, that's why we don't do it.
John says Neovermispist says.
Theo, web link. Carrot, not a distraction. Imperative.
Kitty says. How do pigs save money on clothes? They use hand-me-downs.
What is that thing called? Valonius ill spy.
Kitty says. Just bought a book from Amazon that is titled, How to Solve 50% of Your Problems. So I ordered 2. Loaf says.
ILSpy is a decompiler. It's one of many .NET decompilers.
Wystone says.
That only gets rid of 75%.
Loaf says.
Avalonia ILSpy.
Translated from French.
IL equals intermediary language.
Kitty says. What do you call a T-Rex that sells guns? A small arms dealer.
.NET version. .NET Framework version 4.8.
Loaf says.
Same thing I call my T-Rex drug dealer.
Kitty says, I feel Theo has TTS muted or has no sense of humor. Must be an old people thing.
I'm not gonna lie. You almost got me with the T-Rex one.
Loaf says,
Typo and name of decomp
And-
software Theo.
And
You said
hand-me-downs.
Abalonial spy. It's Abalonial spy.
Kitty says, distracted. Jess says,
Theo.
I wasn't distracted. The timer ended. It was over. Yes, ma'am.
You were.
What?
Loaf says,
Of course I did.
Typo again.
Kitty says, timer not on screen so it didn't happen. Jess says,
You drank like so much.
Loaf says,
I was thirsty.
I'll leave you to your notes.
Jess says,
And had to move your thermos around.
Yeah, because I was done with the
Kitty
coffee.
says, how do you know if you're a pirate? You just are.
No, look, thank you for letting me know that I've spelled it wrong. Because if I try to go back and find it, then I won't be able to find it.
Jess says,
Coffee is a distraction.
Everything was a distraction according to you all.
Security Live says,
Why did it take the bean so long to do its homework? Because it was procaffeinating.
Loaf says,
You'll find it. Search engine corrections are pretty good these days.
There's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. Please. You all are mods.
Kitty says, oh yeah, I forgot about the giveaway.
We want to save this in my...
John says Neovamisbist says,
Oh, there is a pie giveaway?
Loaf says,
Web link.
I'll click on that.
Mitospa says,
Oh.
Oh, it did find it. How about that? Okay.
Kitty says, wow, 19 entrants, that's nice. Jess says,
Dunno why I'm entering the pie giveaway anyway. Theo already owes me one now.
I owe one Raspberry Pi, and that's to Hacksnet. He's getting Raspberry
Kitty
Pi.
says, me too when you draw this one. John says Neovamisbist says,
Until this giveaway ends.
Jess says,
You said you'd give me one if I told you what it's used for, and I did.
Kitty says,
I think you're a little
when
loose
is the
in your
drawing
definition.
happening today?
We're not having... That is an unsanctioned Raspberry Pi giveaway. Not initiated by me.
John says Neovamisbist says,
But it's a command.
Jess says,
It was in your title before.
Kitty says, but you have a command for it, so you made it. Wise Stone says.
So when are you going for your OSCP?
I'm aiming for the end of this month.
Wise Stone says.
Nice.
Get rid of that. Get rid of that. This is what I need, right? But I used two. I used get password and encode. No, get password and protected. No. Hey. Edson QB200, how you doing today? Thank you for the follow. I gotta get this off my screen.
.002 says.
Guys, we need not a pie giveaway. We need a NEOVE and the most.
DJ Zero. Edson QB, how are you doing today? What's going on? Welcome to the chat. Wait a minute, did it add that stuff?
Jess says.
A NeoVim emote? That's Theo's favorite to use.
Good song. It looks like a username.
Kitty says, Neovim, translated from Croatian.
I mean, just that's it. See, chat, the mods think they can do things that they should be allowed to do things that you're not allowed to do. Do you think that's fair? Does the rest of the chat think that's fair? I don't. Neovim is an abomination, and I hate it.
Aquafunk says, yes.
Right.
Nightospa says,
no.
No, what do you...
002 says,
no.
Security Live says,
Rules for thee, not for me.
Aquafunk says, that's what Pluso is for, doing whatever you want. Jess says,
what are you complaining about now?
What I'm saying is that I went through great lengths to make sure that chat cannot use the text editor, that the Voldemort of text editors, and the mods are using it at will. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. I think chat should hold you all accountable, the mods. That's what I think. That's what I'm going on about.
002 says,
last time I tried to write an EOVE and the message was not sent. Lol.
Jess says,
why do you keep talking about Neovim, Theo?
Because I hate it.
Sheesh.
It's awful. It's terrible and it stinks. And I hate it. And I strongly I have strong feelings about it.
Me, Theo.
Okay. Look, I think we all just need to calm down and relax. I'm not unmodding anyone. I think we also need to really calm down.
No need to turn into monster and rant about it. Breathe, relax. What did Neovim do to you?
It sucks, and I hate it.
Says,
is Vim better than Neovim?
Yes.
Aquafunk says,
by far.
Yes, it's awful. Definitely nobody in chat here right now uses it. Eyes emoji.
Now, why did you show up all of a sudden as banned?
Tynan says,
Theo, stop shouting. I thought this was a safe place.
This is a safe place unless you use the Voldemort of text editors. I think I've been fairly clear about how much I hate
Kitty
it.
says, well, why is security now sus? Jess says,
I haven't banned you.
Kitty says, who banned security? Wow.
Yeah.
Aquafunk says, to be fair, I was a Vim user for decades first. That should count for something.
I'm just joking. We're just joking. I've never used Neovim. I don't know if anyone doesn't know that joke. I've never used Neovim. I have no feelings one way or another. I'm completely ambivalent to Neovim, but I feel everyone on the internets has a hot take, so I wanted one too. So I chose Neovim.
Security Live says,
I can't send messages now.
Kitty says, I can see messages.
Yeah, they're coming through.
Now. Aquafunk says, we know you've never used it. You don't spend all your time on stream configuring it for basic usage kappa.
Right.
Security Live says,
weird.
Jess says,
Nori.
Loaf says,
everyone is so suspicious.
Security Live says,
I had messages held.
Kitty says, Jess. Jess says,
I see what you did.
Kitty says, what? I never did nothing.
Absolutely
Jess
not, Spiegel.
says,
sorry.
Want me to assess it?
Kelly has a
Kitty
screenshot.
says, yes, send me. I wasn't even on the screen, was on Reddit, then I looked over and saw sus lol.
Oh, it's in the...
Jess says,
You actually did though, Nori. You just don't remember, lol.
Oh yeah, whoever was playing Twitch hack, I'm sorry, it's still busted. I haven't fixed it yet. Points count, but you can't get them unless you do points.
Kitty says,
You have not played my game one time, Nori. Not one time.
because IT makes no sense.
Correct. IT does not make any sense. But that's fine. You don't want to be bothered to learn it. That's fine. Something I created, something I made, something I put my some hard work into, my soul, if you will. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to. You don't got to do it. It's fine. It's fine. Nope.
Tynan says,
I did.
You made a game?
I did, Tynan. Thank you for asking.
Kitty says,
Poof. What? What?
Jess says,
You were about to say your heart and soul.
Yes.
Soul.
Tynan says,
Was it Pong?
Jess says,
Nori was about to say
Poof.
that you
I coded it with my fingers. All by myself. That's fine.
Did you just poof me?
Tynan says,
Was it Tetris?
Kitty says, Well, I can't believe you used ChatGPT to design a game for you and all you did was say make me things.
It was a little bit more complicated than just make some things. Okay? It didn't do it all itself. And I've said that I used it before, but I still made it. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There's other people who play it. No big deal.
Jess says,
Are you trying to see if I've played your game, Theo?
Tynan says,
I
wait,
was
wait.
too.
Did you make the ET game?
The ET game? No.
Kitty says, maybe would play your game that ChatGPT made if you actually made it. Jess says,
I did make
I
it.
have played it, Theo. I can't believe you don't even remember.
Don't shade me for vibe deving something to life.
Bahahaha. Translated from Tagalog, Grey Hatter says,
Grey Hatter. Nori.
What are we doing?
We're doing a hack the box box.
Can I ask obvious questions yet?
Yes, absolutely. You want to get them out of the way? I'm updating my notes actually, and then we're going to try to log into the box with this username and password. I think it's where was LDAP? I think it's a way to log in, so we're going to try to use it.
Kitty says, also Theo, why did you shave? Did your Santa job end?
And it's been now
Why doesn't password look base 64 encoded?
3 streams since anyone has said that I shaved off my giant beard. Thank you for noticing, Nori. It is base 64 encoded, but it does something else in here.
Jess says,
I noticed right away, but it was neat for a change, so I didn't need to bring it up.
You only brought it up when it was scruffy. The sides is what really got me. I had to keep those trim. But the front, like, it was taking me too long to dry it coming out of the shower.
Kitty says, I mean, you didn't notice any changes on my avatar.
I always
Jess
tell
says,
you when you make changes to your
Yes, because
avatar.
you need to not look scruffy for Mrs. Theo.
Yes, ma'am.
Grey Hatter says,
Then shouldn't it be called B64 password?
Jess says,
he didn't notice Luna's changes either.
I do too. When I notice something, I say something. I was there for the unveiling of Lumi. And I praise you guys I've talked often about you and Nori, the great lengths you go to design and develop your avatars.
Jess says,
what was the most recent change reveal on Lumi?
The butterfly. The butterfly in your hair.
Nope.
Poopsicles.
But not mine.
And
Kitty says, wow, that was so last year. Jess says,
that's been there 2 years.
Oh, look, I have another no distractions. And lockpicking. Thank you, Zemetrix. How you doing?
Metric says,
oh/.
Okay, now using .NET. Using
Jess
.NET.
says, it was hard to choose
Fiddle.
and had 2 new hairstyles, Theo.
Metric says,
doing okay. Building an entire Copmany infrastructure as a proof of concept.
Kitty says, Ye Theo. Jess says,
okay, you're right.
I swear, why even bother dressing up if Theo isn't even going
Oh
to
my
notice?
god. You're right. You're both right. I should notice and say something.
Symmetric says,
for some guys who are trying to vibe code up a company.
We were just talking about the other day. Did you see
Undressing will
splat
get you
squatting?
noticed more than dressing up.
Awful.
Splat squatting?
Yeah. Do I still have it?
Mitosper says,
It has so many vibe coding hallucinations TBH, it still has a long way to go.
Really?
Symmetric says,
yay. I think vibe coding was created to keep the imposter syndrome script kiddies occupied and take
Slop.
their money.
Specifically, there's a chart in there somewhere. Right here, this guy. I'd like to see your input on that, honestly.
Sort of supply chain attack?
Yes. I just thought it was interesting that the bad guys were querying AI. Oh my god, it was even explained to me. Querying AI for a hallucination.
Purposefully training AI to use bad code.
Yes. Querying AI for code, getting it to hallucinate, creating that repository, or creating that code, and then querying the repository for that hallucination, and then somehow getting it added. Yeah, opening a ticket for it, essentially, right?
Aquafunk says,
That's an impressive strategy, honestly.
Yeah, it is. Symmetrics, thank you for the 3-stream streak.
Symmetric says,
Dunno man, but all this vibe coding idiocy is going to become commonplace and the landscape is gonna explode for bad actors.
That.
Kitty says,
Agree.
What did the coconut say to the pineapple? Nothing, coconuts cannot talk. Symmetric says,
As a black hat, I'm for it.
Yeah.
As a white hat, I abandon. Fuck this shit, him out. Lol.
I'll allow it. I brought up vibe coding at that talk I did, and you should have seen the death stares that they were shooting towards me. Like it was obvious to me that they were using it and doing it. Not everyone there. And then a mixture of almost, how dare you, security guy? How dare you?
Of course you'll have companies with people who think vibe coding is a hot new topic who doesn't understand it.
Yep. Agree. That was a shit copy, actually.
Security Live says,
I've been vibe coding this whole time except the AI was in my brain and I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time.
Whatever, security, whatever.
Well, from my experience,
it's like
there
a second
are
language
DevSecOps
to you.
Guys who don't code. There are devs who don't do DevSecOps. There are sysadmins who don't do either. Not everyone wears all the hats.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair, but
real devs tend to shit talk and hate vibe coding, cause it's a misuse of technology for no benefit. It's meant to be a cool upgrade, but it's not. It's not there yet. So it's seen as a script kiddie's way to find shortcuts in having to learn how to code. My 2 cents.
I can appreciate that point of view. Thank you.
Or sec guys who can't code.
I'll allow that.
It fucking blows my mind that there are DevOps that can't code. It just absolutely blows my mind.
Mitosfer says,
We're going to try Armando and then password.
Because of separation of duties in PoLP, there are plenty of people who make a living only wearing one hat.
Metric says,
nothing wrong with it. Just saying, like, imagine mechanics who don't know what the idea of machining tolerance, fitment, binding, friction, and torque means.
We're
SSML error.
So, well, thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub to Nick.
Jets off all trade says,
told you I'd catch the stream.
Yeah, thank you.
Hack the Planet says,
I'll be the first to admit that I can't code and use AI as a guide. I don't claim to be DevOps or a developer.
John says Neovamisbist says,
SSML ERR.
Translated from Indonesian.
So
Aquafunk says,
I'm more like people supporting mechanics who don't understand what the mechanics do. Like trying to be a parts runner without understanding cars.
Yep.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Jex.
Dang it, translator.
Jex does the it takes a village streams for HacktheBox. So click on the little thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Don't get me wrong.
You gave it to someone good too. You gave someone it was a good one.
Just go into it knowing that even at the best case scenario, you're getting the worst case scenario code the majority of the time, even if it works.
SSML error.
And thanks for kicking off the hype train, Jex. So Jex does the it takes a village stream for HacktheBox. And you have one coming up in a couple weeks, don't you, Jex? And has his own channel also.
John says Neovamisbist says,
what does that mean?
What does what mean? The It Takes It Village stream for Hack the Box? All right.
SSML error.
Security Live. Thank you for that. Matosfa got one.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Yes.
Smetric says.
If it takes a village,
It means to like
you need to up your skill set.
It's oh my god. Okay, here we go. I love what they're doing, and it does take a village. It's still taking a small village to help me. Don't shame for people. They're beginner wherever they're at as a beginner, or if they're helping. The AI discussion that we're having is separate from the Hack the Box It Takes a Village streams. Two separate things.
Kitty says. It takes a village of people to sing the YMCA. Smetric says.
LOL.
Security Live says.
I need to fix things I
No,
hear.
the Twitch is it's fine. Oh, the SSM or whatever. It happens.
Jex All Trade says.
We walk through content together, both beginners and experts.
Yes. Jax,
Symmetric says-
please take it with a grain of salt.
No.
They love giving me a hard time. And what I think what Hack the Box is doing there with those streams is top notch.
That saying is, IT takes a miracle.
Nightospa says.
Wait, how was I not subscribed already?
Excellent
Symmetric
question,
says-
Matosfa. But no, it's okay.
JK.
Follow, sub, lurk. I accept them all. And thank you for, hey, level 1 complete. Sweet.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Jex, thank you for explaining, instead of giving me crap like Theo Lolol.
SSML error. SSML error.
Jex All Trade says.
I did explain
So
that.
close to sub goal. Come on.
We're just glad everyone's here. Thank you for the bits, Nori. You didn't have to do that. All right, we're going to log into this thing now. How's that
Just
sound?
100 bits. Thank you so much. Kitty says. Muxy 100 emote unlock bits. Jex All Trade says.
Sorry for distracting. Haha. OSCP studies
No, you're
are
good.
really important.
We're going on 5 hours. I'm getting towards the end of my productivity, and then I'm going to take a break and get some lunch, and then we're going to do gaming. Tynan and Nori, right? Tynan, Nori, Jess. We're going to do gaming.
Kitty says. I want an emote. John says Neovamisbist says.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You gave me crap for not knowing what
Yeti.
it was.
Aquafunk says.
Yeti.
Womaxi still exists.
SSML error. SSML error. SSML error.
Yeti.
SSML error.
You didn't have to do that. Thank you very much. That's the sub goal.
SSML error. SSML error.
Jex All Trade says.
Dang, putting in work. Let's go.
Kitty says. No, I wanted the T emote lol. Security Live says.
SSML terror.
Translated from Indonesian.
For the
Yeti
win.
says.
SSML error FTW.
Translated from Indonesian.
It's okay, security. It's okay. And Yeti, so much support. Thank you very much, really. I hope things are still going. I hope things. I'm sure things are going well. Love an update whenever you give it. No, you need to
Security
focus
League
on
says-
that. No,
Okay, this is the motivation I needed to get back on the horse.
you don't need to. We're telling you don't need to. Like, it works awesome. Like, this little thing is just like a tiny little. It's just like a so tiny problem that, like, if you need to please focus on bigger fish. You know what I mean? And I still would love to hear about how your customers, your clients love you, because I know that they do. Someone with your
Planet says-
knowledge, dude.
SSML error for the win.
Jex,
says,
do you have any questions while
"Big
this
fish,
madness is going
amazing
on?
film."
Oh, the
SSML
support gang. Thank you. Spectre, you didn't have to do that.
SSML error.
Thank you. Dude, there's some awesome people getting subs, by the way. Grey Hatter got one. Fallen got one.
SSML error.
Dr. Wolf 03
Ease Dre.
says,
Hey guys,
He's
any
new.
boxes in this weekend?
Geek Girl got one, and Yumi got one. Hey, Dr. Wolf, how you doing? There's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. Don't, Jex, there's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. Free mods?
Jex of All Trade says,
No, just wish I caught it earlier. I'm about to go on a hike. I will be sure to catch a whole stream.
You're good, don't worry about
I
it.
need some enterprise pen testing in my life.
Mitospa says,
No, we're just doing what you're
Something
doing.
makes me think someone
Hack
is
the box.
hacking your channel because I didn't click the subscribe button. I don't know if anyone else is doing that either.
Stop. You guys, you're totally fine.
Hack the Planet says,
Am I too late for the Raspberry Pi giveaway?
There's not a Raspberry Pi giveaway. We already
Jex
have a
of All
winner.
Trade says,
It's Hacksnet. So we have a Hacksnet. Hacksnet is getting the first Raspberry Pi.
Kitty says, Theo.
Yes.
Jex of All Trade says,
Should Thea be on the top stream? I think so.
John says, Neovomispist says,
Need a VM reset?
No, we don't need a VM reset yet. Let me log in first. Who do we think? Armando.
Jess says,
Theo owes me a pie too.
John says, Neovomispist says,
Lol. Me too.
Oh my god.
Hack the Planet says,
Only if you can ban his HTB account live on stream for accidentally streaming an active box again.
Again.
John says,
Jex, did you know
Neovomispist
that?
says,
16 GB Pi 5.
Ask
translated from German.
who caught me. Emma? Emma caught me. And I forget the other person that I was messaging. Matt?
Jex of All Trade says,
What haha.
It was one of the business CTFs. And I remember saying at the beginning of the stream, I'm like, okay, someone from HacktheBox is going to be watching. And they were. And bammed me promptly. I got to
Jess says,
grab the clip.
High flow.
10, 10, 11. Geek Girl, how you doing? 10, 10, 11, 174. No? Ping. 10, 10, 11, 174.
Jex of All Trade
Yeah.
says,
Oh, yeah. I don't even get to stream out of bounds stuff. But I want to.
Yeah.
John says, Neovomispist says,
Reset VM now Plaza.
Nice try. Armando at 10, 10, 11, 174. Oh, wait. Where's the,
Applefunk says,
Can I just mention shopping for domains is so complicated now? It used to be just finding the smallest island nation with a cute CCTLD and giving them $5 a year. Rip cheap Christmas Island domains.
I was just looking at that because I'm thinking about transitioning to painful dash cybersecurity instead of painful IT. I was thinking, I saw this and I was like, oh, ICU. That's like a hospital. It's not. It's not. I like painful-security.work. Hey, thank you. Level 4 hype train. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for the support.
Jigsaw Full Trade says,
enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll catch another one soon. Lurk.
Sounds good,
Shoot
Jix. Enjoy your hike, man. Oh. I don't know. I didn't think about that. Well, because I've often called it painful IT. So that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to riff off that same thing. Painful dot, you know.
Mitosper says,
I'm gonna go get some food and stuff. Have a good day, Theo.
Sounds good. Enjoy.
John says, Neovamispist says,
Get web link.
We unlocked a fall damage emote.
Only $16.98/year.
Painful.com. No.
After the $800,000 purchase price.
Anya! Hey, Anya. I heard some good news.
John says, Neovamispist says,
Gets Anya.
Thank you for grabbing the shout out. 3 years. Listen. Theolore. I instantly bonded with Anya when I was just starting in cybersecurity and doing Over the Wire Bandit, and I caught Anya doing a stream Over the Wire Bandit. I hope everything's okay, Anya. 3 years. That's wild. That's wild, Anya.
Anya says,
Bandit.
Armando. Okay, no, what was I doing? I was trying to look for the SSH. Support nmap, support services. CAD support services. It doesn't have port 22, dum-dum. What, oh, the share.
Gruntplay says,
I'm back. Did you finish?
No, we're logging in now. We finished up the notes I was working on. Gosh, I forget the syntax.
Blah.
Control R. Yeah, Bro, what? What's up, bro? Cat.
Anya says,
Thanks for the shoutouts.
B.
Gruntplay says,
You take your time to do that.
Take my time to do what? To take notes? Yeah. Yeah, I stop and I take notes.
John says Neovamisbist says,
Of course, always enjoy an Anya stream.
Gruntplay says,
But, like a lot.
Like, I can appreciate you not understanding, like, how I learn. I have to stop. If I don't stop and document what I don't understand, it's just words on a screen to me. Like, I haven't messed around with .NET before, so I stopped and I said, okay, I want to figure this out. I want to understand it. So not only did I have like Loaf like walking me through how to do that, I then documented it and I forced myself to go find that information within the files again, and then I documented it. Like, it's how I learn. If I don't do that, then that chunk is missing in my mind, and I can't concentrate until I get it. So I'm not trying to like rant. I'm just like, I want you to understand. Like, you got no idea. I'm dying to try to like push through these boxes and like get them done. But if I don't stop and take the time to do it and understand it, then like it's not doing me any good.
I only take notes about new things that I'm learning.
John says
I take them as repetition to help me remember.
Spaced repetition cements learning.
Yep.
Dr. Wolf03 says,
Guys, you should try WebLink.
Gruntplay says,
What is that? I'll
Now
click
I
on
get
that. Cool.
Anya says,
Documentation is important.
Dr. Wolf03 says,
It helped me to remember my commands and ask GPT in my terminal.
Gruntplay says,
To me, learning was code the script that I sent you. I take notes, but only for new things. WebLink.
Yeah, I got that too. I'll trade you. I downloaded Warp the other day, Dr. Wolf. Is that different from Warp? It looks similar. Is it built on Warp by chance?
Gruntplay says,
WebLink. WebLink.
Security Live says,
OS/2 warp.
Translated from Portuguese. Gruntplay says,
I recommend those ones.
Right. Yep. So it's just the purpose of for learning. It's just for the purposes of learning. You shouldn't be copying and pasting out of AI. And I'm not going to lie and say that I don't do it, but like, if you're trying to learn something, you shouldn't be copying and pasting out of AI.
You can use LLMS for not Googling, like oh why my command is not running or something like that.
Dr. Wolf03 says,
It's like Warp, but TGPT is classic one, not smart like Warp.
Gruntplay says,
Is the same as Googling but much faster.
Anya says,
I gave up AI assistance completely except for initial searches like Grunt said like Google.
Gruntplay says,
I'd rather to use Claude for coding and debugging my own scripts and exploits.
Is it L for listing shares? There it is. And then it's, I forget. SMB client syntax. Login.
But you have to understand TBH what's going on. Taking notes of that is really useful too. Doing streaming too, or teaching to other ones, or just explaining the process.
Correct. That's one of the reasons why I do it. This is one of the reasons why I started. Excellent advice. SMB client syntax. Username, that's what it is.
Gruntplay says,
I use Obsidian for the exams. For my note-taking I use Jekyll and Hedgedoc self-hosted. And Microsoft OneNote plus iPad.
Yep. That's what I'm taking notes in Obsidian right now.
John says, Neovamisfist says,
Web link.
Easy96 says,
I began my career in cyber and a service provider and quickly jumped to consulting. Now I lost touch with my technical skills. How to get back to the technical market?
Start. You start. Yep, you start. If you had them at one time, you just go back. Go ahead.
Gruntplay says,
start applying.
I don't agree with that. You talking about applying to jobs?
Yeah.
No.
Aquafunk says,
I've been considering a small pen tablet so I can physically write the notes that then get digitized for indexing and searching. Writing is more reinforcement than typing it for me.
Security Live says,
does Obsidian Mobile sync with desktop?
It certainly does, but no thank you. I'm not paying for that shit. My Obsidian notes live on my desktop, live on this computer.
Going to have to look into those integrations.
No.
$1.
And then I back them up to GitHub.
John says, Neovamisfist says,
Theo, just what the doctor ordered. Web link.
And then I send them over to, I use MK Docs. MK Docs? MK Notes? MK Notes? One of those things. And publish them so I can access them anywhere. Tommy Luco. What do you got there?
Dr. Wolf 03 says,
Death metal. Spectacular. Thank you, Spectre.
Tommy Luco says,
Hope you all are having a great day and are mostly unaffected by the recent turmoils with job losses everywhere, etc.
Okay, so that didn't log me in.
John says Neovamispist says,
I am gonna win IT Nori.
Excuse me. What else can I use this login to log into? What was this for? What was the LDAP? 3268. Maybe I need to do a remote desktop. Yes. Anya. Yes. Love it. Kelly should be on the logon screen. Uh-oh. You struggling? You struggling, buddy?
John says Neovamispist says,
Need more RAM, Theo?
I don't know.
Lol.
It's I think it's struggling. There we go.
Hack the Planet says,
You can download some.
Thank you. You know what? We can shut down this guy.
Anya says,
Lol.
John says Neovamispist says,
I still have a ton more in a drawer, lol.
Anya says,
It's looking good.
Okay, can I log into a Kerberos?
Monospace says,
Proxmox implies the existence of Noobxmox. Hey Theo.
Hey, that tracks. That tracks. Monospace Manor, how you doing? Good to see you.
Yay, that's why they call it free memory.
Computer says,
Sup, big guy? Just dropping by to say hello.
Caputer. Another Ohio brother from another mother. How you doing?
John says Neovamispist says,
Is that from the same people as freerealestate.com?
Computer says,
Oh, I-oh.
Monospace says,
Doing great. Only just noticed that we have Monday off for Labor Day. Long sunny weekend FTW.
John says Neovamispist says,
Holy cow.
Security Live says,
Okay, after some investigation you can enable community plugins on the Obsidian mobile/tablet app and can sync to S3 or anywhere. The Obsidian mobile app is free, no in-app purchases.
Wait a minute, is that new?
What have you been doing
Oh,
for
the
the last
plugin, yeah.
5.5 hours?
So just, I'm sure that you'll be fine. I struggled with navigating the plugin and the settings and was like overwriting like shit, and I lost part of a notebook. I forgot about the plugins.
John
I
says
liked your
Neogenesis
biking
says,
streams, Kaiputer.
Right on.
Security Live says,
The in-app sync requires subscription to their cloud service.
Yes.
Monospace says,
Can confirm. I've been using Obsidian on both desktop and Android for ages now. Even my public wiki is based on Obsidian.
Kaiputer says,
Theo, I might have one coming up soon.
Very cool.
Monospace says,
There are alternative ways to sync, but I'm using the paid service myself.
If I can get the workflow of, and I use SyncThing to sync it between my VMs, my desktop upstairs. Like if I can navigate syncing them to backing them up to GitHub, publishing them to the web using MK Docs, and SyncThing to sync between all my devices, anyone can. Yep. Okay.
Kaiputer says,
Can I log in?
See you later.
All right, computer, see you later.
Dr. Wolf03 says,
Here, web link.
Yeah, MK Docs. Thank you. That's what I used. But I don't use that directly from Obsidian. I use it from GitHub. So I back them up to GitHub, and then I use MK Docs to publish them.
Says,
There is an Obsidian GitHub sync from mobile. Web link.
Thank you kindly.
Free to personal GitHub.
Very cool. Okay. So what do I know about Windows? I haven't used Kerberos. Haven't used
Monospace says,
to log in.
The standard Git plugin does the same, doesn't it?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, looking at it, I don't know. Okay. Let me search for it. How to log into Windows with LDAP credentials. I think that's what I have.
The Git plugin allows you to do regular commits, push and pull. That should do it for sync.
Symmetric says.
Speaking of sync, how shit is Microsoft Sync?
I don't know. What does Microsoft think?
Their automotive dice shit.
What are we talking about here? D4, D6, D8, D10, D20.
John says
It's exclamation point D20.
D20? Well, lol.
Roll a exclamation point D100.
Symmetric says.
Dice is in digital in-car entertainment.
Hack the Planet says.
D's.
Roll it. Come on, Security Live. I don't have that kind of functionality. I don't have that kind of modular, adaptable functionality. Uh-oh.
Monospace says.
I mean, they put Microsoft in front. What more of a warning do you expect?
I thought I had 100 in there.
Symmetric says.
Just do an eval on /*\D +/.
What?
Eval on anything after the D.
Oh! Hey! Cav, hey! Don't bite your... Hey! What are you doing? Cav!
John says Neovimispist says.
Row.
Symmetric says.
Get to steppin'.
Monospace says.
I'm sorry, I have bad news. You have Linux. And it's probably not GUI but terminal.
Symmetric says.
Lol.
He was like chewing on his nails and he was like yipping. It's like he wasn't even awake.
Monospace says.
Yeah, I once had to fire my carpenter for biting his nails.
John says Neovermispist says.
I didn't.
Better than what I figured.
Oh, I was
he was doing
D20. I thought I had D100 in there.
Grey Hatter says.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but you have Linux. No, it's not GUI news. Because it's terminal.
Jess says.
Does he have allergies, Theo?
Yeah, we think he does have allergies. Why are you pacing?
Jess says.
That's why he's chewing then.
Okay.
Grey Hatter says.
I don't get the credit. I stole that joke from Monospace Mentor.
John says Neovermispist says.
Cause you yelled at him.
Jess says.
Can give him Benadryl safely, FYI.
Okay.
Amount depends on his size.
Grey Hatter says.
Theo Kibble.
Kitty says. Give him vodka. Size non-dependent 1 liter is enough. John says Neovermispist says.
Don't give as much as we give horses XD.
Kitty says. XD. John says Neovermispist says.
12 is probably too much.
Jess says.
I'd say 2 tabs depending on how much he weighs.
Okay. We'll look it up too.
He's a big doggo.
He's a good doggo. Huh. Oh, he's laying down now.
Grey Hatter says.
Theo defeat Kibble.
Miss Theo's in charge of that. I forget what we get. Himes? It's an orange bag.
Kitty says. Give that cat some too. John says Neovermispist says.
Gotta get rid of the filthy fluffy cats to make him feel better.
There you
Jess
go,
says,
Zemetrix.
My
Can you believe how fast I did that?
One of the red dyes
I'm kind
in
of
dry
impressed.
food.
I'm kind of impressed with myself. Not bad for a
We
vibe
had to watch
dev.
for that too.
Huh? Not bad for vibe dev. Your Grace, he was allergic to one of the red dyes in dry food. Ooh. You know what? We did have to switch his, when we first got him, we had to switch him off of the stuff that we actually started with at the pound.
Grey Hatter says.
Mine and my sister's dog both switched to fresh dog food. My sister's dog had horrible allergies, and while it didn't cure her allergies, it made it so much better.
Okay. I don't know. Looking at what I know about the box and the ports and my unfamiliarity with it, I think I have LDAP credentials, but I don't know how to use them.
My dog's joints stopped being swollen. Joints.
Really? Wow, just from the food, huh?
His IRC joints were still swole. Well, food is medicine.
Correct. I agree.
If you're a tiny bit allergic to something in your food, you'll have elevated histamine throughout your body, and will be very reactive to everything.
How do I log in? You knew that. You know the syntax is more than that. You know that. Okay. Well, I am at that point where I need some food.
Marxa says,
"Hey."
And we're going to start gaming next. Marks R. Hey, how are you? And we're going to start gaming next. In fact, I think they're already started. So we are looking for, okay, Chad Noob's on, Nick is on. You know what? Chad's been at it all this week. I'm going to show him some love. So,
Jess says,
I don't see him online yet, but should be any minute.
Seribot says,
Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself.
We're going to say hi to Chad.
Jess says,
Follow the raid over.
Theo, check your Mario Kart for updates.
Thank you. I'll do that. I'm heading right upstairs and I'll update it. I don't know how I'm going to get that on screen. We'll figure it out though. Have a great day. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for going through that painful process there. Jess, Spectre, Nori, Zemetrix, Anya, Bo Preppa, Cypher, Madam Fabulous, DM Nick, Ragano, Fallen, Fixit, Geek Girl, Grey Hatter, Grunt Play, Monospace Menor, Pinnock, Gamer, Security Live, Spiegel, Twitch Face, Tagora, and Yeti. Have a great day. Thanks for hanging out.
Marxa says,
Bro, I was just looking for a cool channel. Sad I found you leaving.
Jess says,
You need a capture card.
Marks.
Seagulfta says,
Exclamation point
See you
Discord.
next time.
Marxa says,
Have a great day. And when do you usually stream?
And we see that our page was no longer hung, which is interesting, by the way. So, oh, well. All right, we're not gonna go back through it. But Theo, good morning, Theo. How are you? Whoa, Theo rating with a party of 33.
Jess says,
Ladies and
You took too long calling out everyone one by one.
absolutely. I think my command work.
I know. I started too late.
If you're in my stream,
YouTubers, if anyone's on YouTube, say hello.
thanks for
You're witnessing the after show. I've raided the Twitch raiders over to another Twitch channel, and if there's anyone, I would love to just say hi to someone on YouTube.
better than I do. I've only recently, as you've seen, I've only
Don't do
recently
it.
gotten back to it. I hope you had a good
It's
stream,
a
man.
trick.
Thank you for the raid. So for
Yes.
who just raided in,
There's one. It looks like there's one person over there.
just said, I'm gonna control
I would love to just say hello, and then I'll end the stream.
what we are doing is I call
Yes.
it a race to the bottom, right? We're doing all of the
I don't think it's going to happen, Jess. We tried. One day, YouTube will serve my content to the rest of YouTube.
You could literally just say hello.
I am saying hello. I want them to say hello to me.
we're whittling down our list
We've established how needy I am.
because these specific modules here, we're working on file inclusion right now.
No? All right. We tried.
One of the HacktheBox job role pads.
Stop calling out your lurkers. Sheesh.
You don't know.
Even
Maybe
on-
it's someone who maybe it's someone who watches and just like caught me at the end.
Analysis yesterday, and
All right.
the JavaScript deobfuscation, which was on
Maybe they are shy.
Maybe they're shy. All right. I'm going to get food and get my thing updated and watch for Tynan.
pen tester at
Jess, thanks for hanging out today.
You ever think about that?
No, ma'am. I try not to think.
web is absolutely not my strong.
Geez, haven't you gotten food yet?
No, I haven't eaten since 7 o'clock this morning. I'm starving.